So we are going to continue here with Proverbs chapter 14. Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands. He that walks in his uprightness fears the Lord, but he that is perverse in his ways despises him. In the mouth of the foolish is the rod of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve them. Where no oxen are, the crib is clean, but much increase is by the strength of the ox. A faithful witness will not lie, but a false witness will utter lies. A scorner seeketh wisdom, and findeth it not, but knowledge is easy unto him that understands. Go from the presence of a foolish man, when you perceive not in him the lips of knowledge. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way, but the folly of fools is deceit. Fools make a mock at sin, but among the righteous there is favor. The heart knows his own bitterness, and a stranger does not intermeddle with his joy. The house of the wicked shall be overthrown, but the tabernacle of the upright shall flourish. There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Even in laughter the heart is sorrowful, and the end of that mirth is heaviness. The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways, and a good man shall be satisfied from himself. The simple believes every word, but the prudent man looks well to his going. The wise man fears and departs from evil, but the fool rages and is confident. He that is soon angry dealeth foolishly, and a man of wicked devices is halted. The simple inherit folly, but the prudent are crowned with knowledge. The evil bow before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteous. The poor is hated even of his own neighbor, but the rich has many friends. He that despises his neighbor sins, but he that has mercy on the poor, happy is he. Do they not err that devise evil? But mercy and truth shall be to them that devise good. In all labor there is profit, but the talk of the lips tendeth only to penury. The crown of the wise is their riches, but the foolishness of fools is folly. A true witness delivers souls, but a deceitful witness speaketh lies. In the fear of the Lord is strong confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge. The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. In the multitude of people is the king's honor, but in the want of people is the destruction of the prince. He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit exalts folly. A sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bones. He that oppresses the poor reproacheth his Maker, but he that honors him has mercy on the poor. The wicked is driven away in his wickedness, but the righteous has hope in his death. Wisdom resteth in the heart of him that has understanding. But that which is in the midst of fools is made known. Righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. The king's favor is toward a wise servant, but his wrath is against him that causes shame. So on to our contemplation of this chapter, starting with verse 1. Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands. I think it's important to remember that this is not the first time in the Proverbs that we have seen reference to gender, specifically of the woman. We've seen the woman referenced as this wise figure, the personification of the principality that is wisdom, is seen in the female form in the Proverbs. And just as in keeping with the spirit of the Proverbs, we have the other side of that coin. And instead of the wise person, we have the contrarian through and through, the contrarian for the sake of contrarianism. We saw the illustration of the woman that wishes to separate that which is whole, again for the sole purpose of separating that which is whole, without any want or desire of reintegrating that. We see the woman referred to in the potential for the female expression in the derogatory or in the negative sense to be that of the whorish person. So we have good and bad with this expression of humanity that is the woman. And now here we have a continuation of that. Every wise woman builds her house. This wisdom. What about the woman that builds her house makes her wise. And how can we conceptualize building of a house? What does it mean to build a house? Now, the lowest hanging fruit, obviously, is its physical components. To put together the wood, the concrete, the support beams. But of course, this is superficial. This is not really what this verse is implying. It is not just the physical structure of the house. It refers to the home in the sense that what she is building is a place of refuge. She is building a place of comfort, but comfort that is not tied to comfort for the sake of comfort, but comfort for the sake of the expansion and the nourishment of the soul and the proper direction of the desires of the heart. In other words, this wise woman provides a foundation upon which a fledgling human being can experience life, can be loved, and in such a way grow with an understanding of reality that is true, that they don't go out into the world confused, they don't go out into the world lacking. They go out into the world with a sense of confidence, with a sense of understanding that their life is what they make of it. And moreover from just that, it is providing that foundation or that substrate by which the confidence and the attentiveness of that young person is manifest. It is properly directed and oriented. It is rooted to a central point, that is this home or this house. But the foolish plucketh it down with her hands. Again, this is the opposite side of the coin that we were talking about. The personification of the female in the human context and the human form. This is the woman that she willfully, for whatever reason, destroys the foundations of the home. And for a woman to do this, especially after she's embarked on that journey, she has made some headway into the progress. Perhaps she has committed to marriage and she's born children. To plucketh it down is a terrible sin, I would have to imagine. For everything that is held together by this union, not just of marriage, but of the woman to the house, to the home, it becomes unraveled. That pillar of stability is weakened. Now, the fool is a silly person. It's a person who, we see these types of people. Perhaps they're not this way in totality. I think that there is always ways to reach into people, deeply into people, and pull that aspect out of them or bring it forth. Ask of them to bring it forth and change that foolishness into something that is admirable, that is worthy. But the foolish, they exist under this lost potential, perhaps, I could say. Lost potential doesn't really get at the main point. They exist in a profound state of ignorance, I would say. Some of it, I think, is willful. A lot of it can be seen as willful, but there is a degree to which the will is so lost in the mire that I think that what it means to be willful becomes confused, because there is no solid understanding of the direction of the hand of the individual. There's a very poor understanding of their relationship to the world. Every once in a while you hear or you'll see in documentaries or in real life about women that are addicted to drugs, or women that are of a particular culture, that bear children perhaps out of wedlock or out of a solid commitment, and they are quick to make one mistake after another. This is a type of foolish person who plucks down that house with her hands. He that walks in his uprightness fears the Lord, but he that is perverse in his ways despises him. Now let's start with the second half of that verse, and with this perversion. When something is perverted, it is distorted, it is corrupted, it's falsified. It deviates from that which ought to be. It deviates from some original directed course. Again, with the introduction of the will to the human experience, this problem of the ought and the path of the conscious entities is made difficult. And I don't say this without grace. Certainly grace is there. But regardless of our ignorance as conscious entities, I think it does us good to reflect on the ways in which the perverse or the perverted nature leads one to despise the Lord. Because what is the Lord but the highest of standards, the highest standard of ethics, the rightness of a mathematical equation, the depth of love and experience, of positive experience that man can experience. It is the key to change that would open up the foolish woman that we talked about in the first verse, to allow her to see a different point of view. It is the light. It is the source of all light. It is truth. It is the way. So we've gone through a number of words that describe what the perverse or the perverted means. A falsification, a misinterpretation, a distortion, a corruption, a deviation from an intended path. And so if we are to say of a person that they are distorted, they are by their own willful strivings contrary to the way of things. Now, the reason I said the bit earlier about that there is grace in my dialogue here is because of something that I've repeated often in my reflections on the Proverbs, which comes through the word wickedness. It comes through the idea of wickedness. in its separation from evil, that it can be something that a person can do wicked things or be of a wicked character without willful intent, just by virtue of being incorrect. Now the grace comes in and says, regardless of why one is wicked, whether willful or non-willful, it's possible for one to correct that and turn it around. But I think that this perverseness is similar, because if all great virtues are going to start with, or to begin with, humility, then I think we have to understand that we don't know everything, and misinterpretation is just part of the journey of life. Alteration or diversion is part of the course of life. Now, willful distortion and corruption are a bit difficult to justify. Certainly there are all sorts of different levels of understanding. Certainly there may be the instances where an individual willfully corrupts another individual or attempts to corrupt an institution for their own gain without realizing the bigger picture. And certainly there are the perverse that are just evil, that are perverted despite their understanding of the good and the way that things ought to be. Now, regardless of any of these, all of these potentials, all of the various ways that one can find themselves in a perverted understanding, I think that this despising, in effect, this hatred, this turning away from, is a form of wickedness. It is a turning away because the precipitating factor that leads to the turning away from the light, from the truth, is one's own selfish desires, which is inherently wicked. That profound selfishness is wickedness. Moreover, despising and hatred must come from something that is more than just one turning their head away from something, so that they don't have to gaze upon it. For if one just turned their head away from something that was in their direct line of sight, and that it was difficult for them to draw their attention away from it unless they looked away from it, it would imply, in this scenario, in this situation, that what they were attending to would not follow them if they turned their head. I think the reason for this despising and this hatred of the ultimate is because the ultimate follows them, regardless of where they turn the head. There's always this gnawing thing of conscience, whether it be an explicit voice or not, or just a profound stirring of the heart, like Gilgamesh in the Epic of Gilgamesh. After his friend dies, he goes through this existential crisis. He both doesn't understand how to mourn the loss of his friend, his companion, and it precipitates this path towards immortality. He desires immortality more than anything. His desires are so misplaced that he wants something that he just cannot have. And he tortures himself. He goes on this long journey People that he encounters continually ask him, "Why do you look this way? You look as though you are a traveler." His face is sunken in. His skin is damaged by the elements. His body is broken. He has turned animalistic. He eats raw flesh. When he meets a person that may offer him some answers to his struggles, he meets them with anger, and he either destroys them or doesn't listen to them. He's unreceptive, and all the while, he hears these things, he feels this drive of the heart, but he turns his head away from the truth. His own hands are his undoing. But he that is perverse in his ways despises him. He that walks in his uprightness fears the Lord. This is something that is common to the Proverbs. Fearing of the Lord. And it's an interesting word, this fear. It reminds me and it makes me reflect on our experience. My experience in life. And how I am quick to think of certain emotions, perhaps even desires, not necessarily as incorrect, but as undesirable. And I think that it has led me to a degree of wickedness, let's say. It has led me into the confines of the self. And at times I feel that I have trapped myself within those confines, like a jail cell. The cell, my prison, is within myself. And when I'm there, it's not as though the fear of the Lord is gone, but rather what is used to justify my wicked behavior, my desires to stay in that cell, to stay comfortable. These things lead to at least the attempt to pacify the fear. And the attempt necessarily involves a state of unfortunate placidity. That is, a state that is not easily upset or excited, but it is reduced to such a degree that it is beneath this layer of melancholy. Now, I'm thankful to admit that this is an infrequent and increasingly an infrequent occurrence, but I think that as I can see it in myself, I can see it in others. And it's an unfortunate place to find oneself in, that is, within the jail cell, imprisoned for the crime of not fearing the Lord, not listening to that part of the conscience. That is to say, not listening to the part of ourselves that is receptive to the input of the external world that is telling us what we are doing wrong and how we are diverting from the path of the ought. And the fear ought to be a litmus, a test. For if we are sufficiently fearful, we are sufficiently concerned with the consequences of our behavior and our actions. And if within this jail cell it makes it impossible for us to live a life, for we are imprisoned, our rights are stripped from us. Of these people you see profound laziness, selfishness, all of the excuses under the sun of why one cannot do a certain thing that one ought to do. And I think in the more severe situations, in which cases an individual may have found themselves in a state of addiction, perhaps we can say in a state of worship of something that is vacuous, empty, that hollows them. Even if there is moments of clarity and a willful desire to change, they have allowed something to grip them. Interestingly, in our society we call it a disease, something that it seems as though something is grasping at us from without. Just like cancer is a disease, it is beyond the control of the rational, directed conscious mind. It is seen, even in our modern individualistic society, that diseases such as addiction do exist. Now we call it such things in such a way, but it's nothing more than evil that grasps us, that takes a hold of our hearts and pollutes our souls, it hollows out our being. And our experience of life is just this void, unfortunate. But if we possess this fear, the fear of that darkness and of the pit of Sheol, to bring in the words of the psalmists, that darkened place that is fit both for the living and the dead, because both inhabit similar circumstances, similar characteristics. The dead of no conscious activity, of bodily erosion and the return to nature. So too is the life of the individual that is living but finds himself in such a place. But he that walketh in his uprightness fears the Lord. He listens, he attends, he desires good. His will is directed upwards. In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve them. From this I get to the degree our speech and our language carries some directed purpose or meaning. And from that, understanding that the human being is special. Special in the place that we know, that we are conscious, that we are self-aware, at least to our level of transcendence. It is beyond all of which we can compare on this planet when it comes to life and natural processes. And as such, when we say of our speech, when we mention our speech, we mention the mouth, It is no small thing. It is no small thing because of the meaning that is put forth. But what of this meaning? Why does it matter? Because we are vessels by which truth can be known and understood by an identity. We are images of the divine in that way. We are made in the image of God. So in the mouth of these foolish people, the rod is a symbol of authority, of power, of direction. We've seen this word used in the previous chapter when we were thinking about a father and his relationship to his son. Verse 24, he that spares his rod hates his son, but he that loves him chasteneth him betimes. Which is just essentially saying the father that does not discipline his child hates him because his son is going to grow up wild and undisciplined, quite frankly, unprincipled. And if he loves him, it is because he disciplined him in youth, early, so that he learns, so that he's able to participate in the world. He knows the way. He is given a direction towards righteousness. Now, the rod in and of itself is not a negative symbol. It can be used in a negative way, as we have seen in verse 24, as in verse 3, chapter 14, which we are currently reading. The rod remains a symbol of authority. In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride. So whatever authority that they possess, which I would say is inherently endowed to them by their Creator, that they are in the image of some divine entity, they possess some similar quality. And the rod that they inherit, this power and this authority of endowing meaning to the material world, that which seemingly has no meaning, it lacks consciousness, it lacks self-awareness, it lacks a particular direction, although bound by certain laws. The rod of pride is a perversion, I would say, of our endowment. That instead of understanding our image reflected in something greater, or rather I should say something greater reflected in our image, in the sense that we are able to even see of that which is greater. This is the point I make. And because that we can see that which is greater, that which is beyond ourselves, at every step and at every level, regardless of one's ability, if we fall into wickedness, if we fall into pridefulness, we are falling into a deep well of self-satisfaction. Or rather, I should say, satisfaction that is derived from one's own being, nature, achievements, possessions, whatever. And anything that stems from this, again, the deep pleasure of satisfaction derived from the achievements, the possessions, one's own qualities, even the very fact of our image, that it is in some way divine. The falling into this pit and the coming out of the mouth to imbue into the material world, into this substrate, into a culture, whatever, that brings with it a certain degree of authority, this rod, and it's a polluting thing, it's a perverting thing, it's a poisonous thing, because instead of looking up, we look within. Now, that's not to say that looking within is wrong in and of itself, but the excessive looking in, accompanied by a conscious self-flagellation in the sort of the sexual orgasmic sense, that perverse sense, then we are distorting the minds, the eyes and the ears of those who hear this speech, who hear the mouth of the foolish, who perceive the rod of pride. And I think as a consequence, if we are not to look up, we are not to ascend. If we are to look in, we are to sort of become an experience like a black hole. It is this sort of interior material emptying type experience, this darkness and distortion that serves not us, it serves not God, it serves nothing. I can imagine a society and a culture being profoundly wounded by such a ubiquitous nightmare. Where no oxen are, the crib is clean, but much increase is by the strength of an ox. So, another cryptic verse here. The ox obviously being a beast of burden, useful in the ancient world for agriculture. And the crib in this context, I think, refers to a trough by which the ox are to feed, or the livestock are to feed. So if there are no oxen, of course the crib is going to be clean, because there are no seeds, there's no reason to fill it in the first place. There's nothing to feed off of it. And so although we may think of this as a good thing, something remains clean, it's free of filth, but much increase is by the strength of an ox. And so we have this dichotomy between increase and cleanliness. But what do we really sacrifice to have the oxen present? We sacrifice, yes, a degree of cleanliness, but surely this is a worthy sacrifice. But how might we extend this analogy into some broader principle? I think this often about society and our society in general. I get caught between two things often. Again, the word dichotomy I think is good here. And I say so because in our society, in our free society, liberal society, things are open to us. We are necessarily constrained by certain laws to maintain a degree of social order, but the citizens are given much responsibility. They're given the freedom to act. And what they do with that freedom is entirely up to them. And I certainly would imagine that I'm not alone in thinking that there are certain downsides with liberal societies such as our own. That with this liberality, we sacrifice a certain type of order and cleanliness that we may otherwise have with a more hierarchical society. I think of the aristocratic societies of the old world. And I don't say that necessarily to romanticize them or to convey the idea that I wish to return to that state or that social order. I say it merely to reflect on the downsides, the dichotomy, the sacrifice, the burden that we've had to bear by undergoing this experience of liberation. And within a short time, one has to wonder if this order, this sacrifice that we have undergone, perhaps not quite in line with this proverb, but not entirely unrelated. We have sacrificed this cleanliness for the sake of increase. And I think that the increase that we have seen lately, certainly beneficial, certainly artificial in certain ways, has become less and less constrained. The crib has become more and more dirty, to the point at which I'm worried about the health of our oxen. And surely it is the responsibility of the farmer to take care of the oxen, to manage the crib, to replace the food, to clean it when necessary. But it seems as though we live for the sake of increase. We value the strength of the ox more than the condition of the crib, more than that which houses what sustains us. I think an accurate critique of modern America can be one of greed, selfishness, wickedness to an extent. And even though I say that, I would not want to make it seem as though that I have a profoundly negative opinion of American society. Certainly there is something that I'm plagued by that I think is unique to our modern contemporary era. And perhaps something that is specific and created by American culture that is a bit perverse, or perhaps profoundly perverse. But by the same token, the opportunities and possibilities are tantalizing. Where we have come from, the strength of a society that we had once known in living memory shows us that it is possible. And just like the Proverbs, we are exposed to both sides of the coin. Although never perfect, we don't live in ideals. We can see a contrast between ages and eras. And so it's a matter of our choice. how we choose to moderate ourselves, and how perhaps that emerges to the level of the collective. We certainly would not want to abandon productive labor for the fear of uncleanliness. But by the same token, I think we have to understand the types and degrees of uncleanliness. If what we mean by uncleanliness that it dirties our hands and it works our muscles, then certainly this is a positive thing. If we speak of uncleanliness in terms of ethics, morals, unending and constantly proliferating greed, well, then I think that we ought to take a step back and reflect on where we are and where we are headed. A faithful witness will not lie, but a false witness will utter lies. Key words here being faithful and false, and witness. So what does it mean to be a witness? Certainly there is, in the legal sense, a witness, somebody that has seen a crime take place. Or, moreover, somebody that has seen something that can be disputed, a potential dilemma that two parties can take before the state for them to adjudicate. This person, this witness, provides information that can potentially lead to some reckoning, to some conclusion. They hold information that is the key to solve a problem. Now, I think it could be said, it could be reasoned, illustrated, that we ought to enter into a place, an environment, a room which we intend to enter. And the room that we intend to enter should be the one of truthfulness. It should be the one of certainty. If we desire rest, we go home and we lay down in our bedroom. We do not pass through the threshold of some doorway to a restaurant if we desire rest, if we desire home, if we desire connection with friends or family. I suppose you can go to a restaurant for that, but of a particular type of connection and of peace, we go home. In a like manner, the key to enter these doors ought to be the one that unlocks that door. And if we use the one of falsehood, it will not open the door, or if it does, the door will lead us to somewhere we do not intend. Just like a witness, if what he says is false, will be attempting to solve a problem. And the equivalence that is drawn, the result, will be false. The decisions that are made will be made on false information. And as a matter of the faithful that use truthful claims, that they seek at the end of it all a truthful outcome. And so we can take this illustration of the law and of our legal situation, and we can apply it to our own behavior, to our own decisions. For every decision that we make, we can think of it as appearing before a judge at some court, trying to determine exactly what the rightful course of action is. Now, it may seem rather strange to be a false witness within one's own heart, but if my experience is anything similar to the experience of others, I would say that this unfortunately happens quite often, even if it's on a small scale. And I think the reason for our ability to so easily fall into false witnesshood and utter lies is because of a lack of attention. It's because of weakness. It's because of fatigue. And I think often it is difficult to be faithful. Because again, as this proverb says, and many other places that we have seen thus far in the Bible, faithfulness, or the faithful person, the upright person, the righteous person, these people are after the truth. They're after the truth and would like to use it for good. A scorner seeks wisdom, and finds it not, but knowledge is easy to him that understands. So what is this scorner? Scorner is one of these words that the Proverbs likes to use frequently. I think the scorner can be thought of somebody that is contrary, somebody that looks down instead of looks up. They see the negative side of things. The disdainful. And by extension, from this disdain, somebody that feels that something is unworthy of their presence, of their attention. And so the type of individual that has such high standards and such a degree of selfishness, if they at all desire wisdom, they won't be able to find it. And the question is, well, why can't they find it? Because I think within the nature of their being, which is not without the possibility of change, certainly, within the nature of their being, constant contempt and feeling as though they are above everything else, that everything, which is most things that are below them, are unworthy of their presence or attention, destroys any possibility of grasping the virtue of humility. And without humility, one will not hear, one will not see, and one will not find this wisdom. But those that are humble, I think, those that are willing to hear, those that are receptive, although it may be difficult, to them, knowledge is easy. Because they understand that it starts with humility, a degree of selflessness, the recognition that one's own importance has a particular place, and it ought not to subvert their relationships or their view of the world. Go from the presence of a foolish man, when you perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge. Now this is a fairly straightforward verse. But also it's interesting, coming off of verse 6, and I wonder if there's a bit of, it would be quite difficult. If we are to commit ourselves to humility, to the love of wisdom, certainly it would be the case that we could learn from the foolish. But perhaps the very act of maintaining and entertaining a foolish man to be in his presence perhaps we are doing him an injustice. We're coming to him under false pretenses. That is, we are listening to him only to learn from his foolish ways. And as such, if we perceive that this foolishness is so pervasive that we just have to step aside, then so be it. Better be that than remain in his presence and become guilty. Just as we are saying before about being a faithful witness. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way, but the folly of fools is deceit. Another fairly straightforward verse. That is, those that look to the future are conscientious. They are discerning. They have a plan. They are concerned about the path that they will walk, the path that they are currently walking. This is what it means to be prudent. But I think the interesting part is examining the folly of fools. All of the ways that this deceit can come into us, that can find us. I always find interest, rather bizarre way to look at things, but I find interest in the viewing of myself. I think there are certain downsides with such a view of the self, potential dangers, and dangers such as being trapped in a loop that is sort of like a hamster wheel that exists within the confines of its cage, except of the cage we think of the self. And of course, to be trapped within the self on a hamster wheel is to be wicked. It is to be selfish, self-absorbed. And I have to wonder, in our age, in the scientific age, how many of us have been converted to these objectified machines? That we even view ourselves like an experiment. We abstract ourselves such a degree away from things that reality seems like something that we are not even a part of anymore. Again, like I said, dangerous. But certainly this must be common. The folly of fools. Deception. Deception is a difficult one because it is deceiving. It appears and it presents itself as the truth, but in actuality, even though it might be the truth, the way it is used is meant to pervert our path, just the opposite of the wisdom of the prudent. I think of a politician that might stand for certain principles, for certain hot-button political topics that are important, and he may be on the right side of them, but he fails to address substantive issues. While the ones that he may campaign on do have substance, they are not the distressing issues of the day, the ones that would require of a politician a certain behavior, certain sacrifices that must be made, sacrifices for which, in the current political climate, the current state of our bureaucracy, that they would lose much. They would face much opposition. They would be demonized. And so what they resort to is a form of deceit, a campaign on misrepresentation of the truth, by the fact that they don't represent it as it ought to be represented. It is veiled with other issues, lesser issues. I think also of personal examples. I think of the behavior that we ought to be engaging in, the behavior that I ought to be engaging in. But because of truths that are lesser and ought not to be, or rather I should say that the lesser truths ought not to take the higher and subject them to their own purpose. An example of that would be if one has a certain view, a certain path that they know that they should walk, and it requires certain sacrifices. Let's say certain experiences, certain practices, but the practices are difficult. We can find excuses, no shortage of excuses. We could take them and plug them into a reason for which we should put off or not perform our duties that day. And in so doing, we are much reducing ourselves. We are deceiving ourselves. We are not being prudent. We are not taking care of the future. Fools make a mock at sin, but among the righteous there is favor. You know, I heard a close friend say that there is no such thing as sin. And just like I mentioned a moment ago about deceit, misrepresentation of the truth, there's a degree in which our secular age has found itself in a position of unbelief and faithlessness. And I think partly this has to do with interpretation, has to do with understanding of symbols. And now the word sin itself, something so fundamental as a wrongful behavior that would lead to a certain negative consequence, is taken to mean and to have no meaning, and to be false because of its lack of meaning. Of course, people don't abandon this idea outright. The ways in which what sin is will come back to them in other words, but in a much more adolescent framework. And so fools make a mock of sin, they make a mock at sin. I think that's one of the ways that it can come about. It can come about because of this such a profound societal change that a cover has just draped over us, reduced us, again, to a state of adolescence. Some of the blame can be placed on ourselves, some of the blame can be placed on our fathers and our forefathers, but regardless, I think the discerning individual and the humble individual ought to remain open and to hear and to see. And such statements as sin is, there's no such thing as sin, is quite a bizarre one. By the same token, I think that there is a willful sense of this mockery. The fools make a mock at sin, because they believe themselves to be the stewards of sin. That is, they see themselves as contrary for the sake of contrary, ethical anarchists, rebelling against any type of order. These types of people, at the end of their rope, have nothing. They have no life, they have no meaning, they have no purpose. Because what brings them to the end of that rope is the denial of relation. It is the denial of things that are connected. It is a degree of denial of reason. That is, certain things have consequences. Certain actions, certain behaviors have consequences. But it's more than that. It's more than just causal relations. It is structural. Every time we enter a house or a building, we don't think about all of the structural relations in the building. Or rather, I should say, we don't think about the causal relations in the building. We think that it has structure because the relationships are sound. It wouldn't make sense if we had this way about us and this belief that every building that we went past, we would make fun of its foundations and say that building ought not to be standing because of this, and that. We would never enter a building. We would never undergo any journey. We would be stagnant. We would be fools. The heart knows his own bitterness, and a stranger does not intermeddle with his joy. An interesting way to put this verse together. The heart knows his own bitterness. This reference to this heart is such a large thing, as if it's referred to as an identity, as a man in totality, but it has placed everything into the heart, which we know, of course, the heart is but a piece of what a man is. An interesting way to phrase this. I think there are two paths that we can start here. One is under the idea that this person leads from the heart, that every action, everything that they are, flows from the heart. It flows from the desires. It flows from their passions. This may lead to a positive outcome, it may lead to a terrible outcome. But one thing is for certain, is that it is not directed. It moves as a storm moves. It blows as the wind blows. The heart knows his own bitterness. I think there can be a second path that we can walk here. We can take the heart as an identity in and of itself, an exploration of this thing that we call the heart, which I have always referred to, or commonly referred to it until recently. I've made an addendum to what I consider the heart to be. I've always thought of the heart as the center, the seat of desires. It includes all of our emotions. The heart is a dangerous, potentially dangerous thing because it is undirected. I've mentioned the Epic of Gilgamesh, and I think that intellectual exercise can be played through here. There are certain dangers with the undirected heart. But also, there is this quality of the heart that I think has if not agency, then at the very least, it is directed. Now, what do I mean by that when I just got off saying that it is undirected? It is no place, no funnel by which all those feelings and emotions and desires can be directed to a central point. Now, I think some of this can get lost in language and definition. But just as Gilgamesh has this strong heart and burning desire that leads him on all of these quests, it leads him into a state where he is anguished by his own desires. It pushes him onto new journeys for which, although under questionable motives, and on the other side of the coin, also understandable suffering. Pushes him onto a journey, and when he returns home, he does not achieve what he set out to achieve, but he brings back with him something valuable. And I think in the end he does come to a degree of peace. And so if anything I think could be said, again going into this addendum of the heart, a strong heart, I think, is a quality of the heart. A heart can be exercised just as skeletal muscle can be exercised. It can be exercised just as the mind can be exercised. We could strengthen our desire for the sake of desire. Some of us, I think, are born with larger hearts than others, in the sense of capacity. We all have ability, no doubt. So having said that, and again, the first part of this verse, the heart knows his own bitterness, I think it points to a degree of agency. And if this agency, well, I should say that this agency is likely not enough to direct itself. It is enough to feel itself, if there's any sense in that. And in this way, it can know something. It can give an account to something. Certainly, a heart can long for something in the absence of reason after some traumatic event. If I look back on my life, I try my hardest not to think of certain events, certainly right after they've happened, and yet my heart has betrayed my reason, in a sense. Or perhaps it's the other way around. My reason has betrayed my heart, because my heart knows that it ought to be longing, given the condition, given the state that I'm in, given the event that has occurred. And in that way, it certainly knows its own bitterness. Now that I think of it, if it weren't for some experiences that I've had, I may have more difficulty with this verse. But I understand it to be true. What a strange verse this is. To come so deeply into one's own mind and memory, to excite the heart, to prompt it to taste the bitterness of its memory. And then to follow it by saying, "And a stranger does not intermeddle with his joy." The crux of this lies with the meaning of his. If it refers to the stranger or if it refers to the heart. I suppose we can examine both avenues. What can we say of a stranger? This is of somebody that is unfamiliar, somebody that is unknown, potentially dangerous, potentially beneficial, generally unknown. So the unknown does not intermeddle, does not manipulate, that does not find himself a place of action and attention in a particular sphere with his joy, either the joy of the heart or the joy of the stranger. This marks a new day in recording. And I want to specifically insert this here because my thought is going to begin anew at this time. And certainly, I'll imagine that there probably will seem to be a bit of a discontinuity between what I have to say now and what I was saying. It may take me a moment to regather my thoughts and return back to that place. Allow us to again remember the agency of the heart, however small it may be, whatever small of a role it plays in the larger picture of a man. And as we recognize its agency, its own individuality in a sense, it's a struggle to say exactly that the heart has an agency of this kind, because it seems the heart, that is, seems like such a powerful force of uncontrolled potential, that whatever loose binding that agency represents within the larger agent that is the person, it's a very subtle detail and easily lost. So let's say we take this agent as our new shown illustration. We've seen the man and we've dived into him. We are now examining his components. We are examining a fundamental component of him, his heart. And we take his heart and we put it up on this pedestal. And through our looking glass, we examine it. And we find, to our surprise, that it knows. It knows where it is. It knows what it means to long for something. It knows what it means to desire, certainly. It has a bit of an adolescent bend to it, that it's not entirely sure how it should devote its attention, to direct its attention, where those desires ought to be placed under. But just like an adolescent, if something truly profound happens to it, it will remember it. It will have a degree of certainty about it that seemingly only a man of old age would have. And this is because of its own agency. So now we have this image in mind. And we introduce the stranger, who is us in this example. We are the observers. We are the ones that are considering this heart. What are we to say about what we've done, taking a look at this person's heart? What have we done to this person's heart? Well, by the verse it says, "A stranger does not intermeddle with his joy." Does that mean that we have not disturbed his joy? Does this mean that what we consider to be the agency of the heart is unconcerned by the actions of the stranger? I don't think so. I think what we are dealing with here is much more subtle. We are dealing with a question of ought. And I think this makes it a particularly profound verse. And what do I mean? It's dealing with the question of ought. If the heart knows his own bitterness, it has a degree of its own self-awareness, just as we can have any differentiating of this strata that we place human beings on, in terms of their ability, in terms of their intelligence. We could do it in terms of their awareness, which may be separate from their ability. There are plenty of people that are capable, that don't do much deep philosophical thought in life, and it doesn't reduce them as moral agents, but it does dampen them in terms of their ability, their capacity to understand. And when I say capacity, I don't necessarily mean that it's not possible for them, but they have not chosen to devote a particular amount of time to a particular task. So the fruits of that particular task are not brought to bear. Now, I happen to believe that the intellectual pursuits are some of the highest pursuits, that is, if they're properly oriented and directed, like reading the Proverbs. But be that as it may, and considering this strata, we think of the heart as something that is possible, just like one's memory. They can practice and build their bank of memory. They could focus themselves to improve that part of themselves. They can focus themselves to be physically conditioned. They can focus themselves to feel more deeply. They can work on the expansion and the knowing that the heart is capable of. And I say this to say that those who have the depth of heart, whether it be by whatever avenue it happens to be from, the stranger, when he comes, and all of his disinterestedness, will not be able to interfere with this heart because it is not of their concern. If it was of genuine concern, the heart would be more permeable. But there are those of a strong heart that I think are walled, or rather I should say that they're secured against certain attacks by disinterested bodies. They are not as offended. Their joy is maintained. And so in effect what we see in the totality of this verse is because the heart knows, and even better if it knows under and has been nourished and given nutrients so that it may grow, so that it can feel more, remember greater. If it is something that is readily willing to submit to the higher agent that it is a part of, if it is in its proper place, it will be strong. It will know itself deeply, including its own bitterness. And when the attacks from the outside come, whether they're intended or they're from a stranger, it doesn't matter to us. Because we know who we are. We know our heart. The house of the wicked shall be overthrown, but the tabernacle of the upright shall flourish. It's funny, this verse seems like an interlude from that last verse. This one seems quite simple in comparison. And it's simple because we've seen this motif over and over again in the Proverbs. This is something that repeatedly comes back, that of the overthrowing of the wicked and the flourishing of the upright. Now I think it's here, this prompt is here because it's important. So if something is important, one should be prompted often to consider exactly what it means. And the degree to which it is simple is because, or rather it is by the degree to which it is common. It doesn't mean, I should say, that the verse itself is all that simple in terms of its complexity. It's rather a sophisticated saying. The words in and of themselves are jam-packed with dense meaning. That of the wicked, overthrown, the symbolism of the tabernacle, the upright, flourishing, all of these things are massive terms. Their roots spread very deep. And we could spend days, we could spend forever unpacking exactly the various paths that all of these roots go to. And we would probably get a lot of fruitfulness from that. And so why do I say all of this? I say it because I'm tempted to not give an analysis that probably exists somewhere else in my commentary on the Proverbs. But I also, again, recognize that the prompt is here for a reason. If it's repeated, it is a pattern that exists that is common. And certainly if different authors wrote different chapters, which may or not be true, if it's not true, it doesn't matter. If we are to look at this as data on a spreadsheet, there's a clear pattern of favoring this pattern in particular. Not to put all the other patterns down, but this one in particular seems to be repetitious. I don't want to say reliable, but insofar as it is common, we can rely on its commonality. So what can be said of it? Now the selfish, the wicked, of intent or of ignorance, these people shall be subdued, overthrown. That is, the righteous person will move up and over their efforts in life. They will outperform them. Now, the place around which the concentration, the attention of the upright, that is directed towards this tabernacle, this place of sanctuary, this place of praise, temporary in the sense that it can be moved from nation to nation. It's not dependent on the land that it is sitting in. It represents truth. It represents the rightness and the orientation of mind. That wherever it is planted, if it is a disciplined thing and it draws upon true principles, viewing that will lead to the flourishing. And those that partake in the discipline of seeing will be upright. And the last thing that I would say about this verse is that it is common, and it has certain effects that I think are common. It serves as a reorienter, because within it, it is a broad pattern. It's not specific. It says nothing of the qualities that make a wicked person. It says nothing about the qualities that make the upright person. It has general patterns of behavior. It has a general pattern of perhaps causal events. The verses that precede and that follow these reminders are the ones that inflate the words of meaning, again, of wicked, of uprightness, of what the tabernacle is, of what the house is, what it means to be overthrown. And so just as we don't put all of the parts of a house together to produce a room, it's not necessary. We don't need all of the various pipes, all of the metal in a bedroom. We may need bits and pieces. We need wood. We need things that hold together the wood, and so forth and so on down the line. But we don't place an oven in the bedroom. And this general blueprint, although it's not the house, it's not the home, it is a blueprint. And so I think just recognizing this is important so that it is not missed. There is a way which seems right to a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. A warning, no doubt, at the confidence of an incorrect assumption. A prompting towards humility. A prompting towards self-reflection. The recognition of the possibility that two extremes can exist. That the role of deception in the experience of man can be so dramatic to lead from confidence in knowing in something and being so wrong in that confidence that it leads all the way to one's death, not by nature but by his own belief, by his own hand. Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful, and the end of that mirth is heaviness. This is certainly a heavy chapter. We're hit not by one of these verses, but two of them. But this is where we really pay attention. This is our inflation, our inflationary moments. We inflate the bubble that is the word, that it houses the meaning, that makes the word meaningful. Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful, and the end of that mirth is heaviness. We have a pattern here. We have a few patterns here. We have the structure, the way that the words are organized, and the broader pattern that is the meaning of the verse. So what do I mean by that? Well, we have the word laughter followed by sorrowful. We have mirth followed by heaviness in the same verse. Quite interesting. For even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful. Laughter, if we are to engage in this behavior, we think that it is produced by something that is joyous. Now, of course, I think that there can be laughter underneath which there is not much joy. There is not much connection to the heart there. It is just an action that one goes through. I'm sure we've all had this experience of laughing at something that's not necessarily funny, or just doing the behavior so that it seems like we are being a participant in a particular social interaction. Now, this is one potential interpretation. I don't think that this is the highest possible interpretation, but I think it's nice to have that sort of as a little ornament on our table. Nothing all that meaningful. A knick-knack. And I say that because we have a declarative. We don't have the suggestion. We don't say that the heart can be sorrowful, even in laughter. The verse goes, even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful. The word is a strong connection. How could this possibly be true? How could we possibly find ourselves to connect these things together? This is something that, on the surface, it seems as though I would not want to believe that that is true, that behind my genuine joy, well, I hesitate to say joy, because I wonder, and I'm uncertain, that laughter springs from joy. But for the sake of argument, let's say that there's joy involved in laughter. I would not want to believe that beneath my joy that there is sorrow. But at second glance, why wouldn't I believe such a thing? It is literally true that beneath laughter, beneath joy, is sorrow. And I think that my confusion may come in, may attempt to wish for a negative interpretation, that there is no truth in anything that this says. Again, remembering that these verses are part of the experience of the self. And the way we come to understanding and to truth is by connecting things together. We connect things together not in a way that is unfounded or unreasoned, but rather that is, and something that agrees with reason. There may be more than one interpretation, as we just witnessed. I gave a superficial one, and now I'm attempting to uncover something a bit greater that I think is hidden here. Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful. Sorrow. We can consider the sorrow to be a feeling. It could be a behavior of grief. Something of something or someone that is downcast, depressed, sad, unhappy. Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful. I would have a hard time saying in terms of value that sorrow would not be beneath laughter. Sadness it's difficult to find the words for these topics, because what can I say of goodness and of sadness together? Surely it's not true that sadness is never related to goodness, that of a sad situation there is no good outcome. Thereby, within this pattern of story, linking sadness and goodness together. A link in a way that is a relationship. That is the only connection that I draw. Not that sadness is goodness, but that it can be a relationship, and have a relationship too, just as I can have a relationship to another person and not at the same time be that person. Perhaps we can think of this as a matter of probability. The heart is and has the ability to be both joyous and sorrowful. Perhaps we ought not to think about probabilities in this sense, but maintain our previous line of thinking. That is, to connect and to determine what that relationship is between laughter and sorrow, mirth and heaviness, as it flows through the heart. And the end of that mirth is heaviness. At the end of that laughter is sorrow. And so why at the end of a joyous experience would this proverb prompt us to think about sorrow? And is it indeed true? Certainly not in every situation, in my experience. After laughter, do I feel sorrow? But what can we say of laughter? And not of the laughter that I mentioned prior, that of this guiseful laughter, the fake laughter. I mean genuine laughter. Why do we laugh? Well, we might say that we laugh because we find something funny. But of course that doesn't really explain it to us. What is the heart's inclination towards laughter? If we remember its agency, to what degree does it act? How do we feel when we laugh? Is it this spur of anxious excitement that wells up in us, that bursts forth in a rhythmic noise, behavior, this noise that is accompanied by facial expression, a symbol of how we feel? A number of words compressed and molded like clay into the physical action. There must be a science in determining what makes a joke funny. But what of laughter outside of the... Again, it's outside of the guiseful. And I wouldn't say that joking is 100% guiseful, but often it involves a degree of fakery. It is a step removed from serious discussion. But even in serious discussion, there can be interwoven a point that is established and then folds back in on itself. And because the person listening understands where you have been and where you intend to go, they understand the broader picture. This little loop, perhaps figure eight, that you have done in the middle of this story is humorous. Is the pattern unexpected, perhaps? It is a pattern that is unique to a particular type of humor, a rather sophisticated sense of humor. But it seems as though I don't hear the bells of truth. It seems as though I'm moving farther away from the meaning of this verse. And so perhaps we should regather once again. Even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful. The other option available to us is to connect dots between what we have explored thus far in this chapter. And hopefully we can find something that we could string through this verse. And so of that previous verse of the heart, in which we added a bit of understanding and knowing, of verse 10, the heart knows his own bitterness, and a stranger does not intermeddle with his joy. This type of self-awareness of the heart, I think, can be applied to verse 13, the one which we are on, even in laughter. the heart is sorrowful. Now, I made a comment earlier saying that not in every situation have I felt sorrow after laughter, especially if it's genuine laughter. And it's this potential dichotomy, this disagreement between the constants. That is, things that remain constant throughout time, a certain pattern that I'd like to draw from this verse that is reliable. And if I have a particular experience in which I don't recognize this to be true, I feel as though I'm off the beaten path. However, of the situations in which there may be a genuine laughter, I think I do understand what it means, even in laughter, the heart is sorrowful. I think perhaps this is of an existential nature. I'm quick to interrupt myself in my own experiences to think of the possibility of the experience of others, how that the experience or the potential experiences of others, especially of others of whom I've observed, that may have an experience of life that is dissimilar to my own. But in the interest of maintaining my attention on one particular tract, I think I ought to focus on my own experience and try to find some, and to hear the bells of truth once again. So of my bitterness, I would say that my heart knows. Of my sorrow, I know. And indeed my heart and the desires therein often plague me. I find it difficult, although possible. Difficult in the sense that my experience is so contrary to those that would not be able to find a type of bitterness or an insecurity. My life has been wrought with these feelings of bitterness and insecurities. No doubt I have a commitment to solving many of the problems that face me. But at the end of all of these journeys and paths, if we are to remain humble people, there is a certain price that must, I think, be made. And the price of the humble person is to accept their own ignorance. That even in the most joyous and secure states of life that one can find themselves in, security financially, good health, loving relationships, a strong family, a secure retirement. Even if we move all of the pieces of life in an efficient manner, there is always something at the end, or is always something in the distance just beyond the horizon of our vision, beyond our ability to hear. And yet we know that there is sight beyond our own vision. We know that there are sounds that we cannot perceive. We know there are depths to reality that we just cannot experience. And in life, I think, we do best to try and expand our perception of the world that we find ourselves in. I think it's a testament to one's character, of the person that I mentioned, that may have all their ducks in a row, and be able to handle this type of existential fire. For it to be able to handle its heat that comes from that unknown, that burning desire that the heart of a feeling man feels. There must be lofty sacrifices of a certain type. I'm not yet sure. But the point that I was walking upon earlier about the humility and how this, at the end of it, the sacrifice is a degree of it's a degree of awareness of the unknown. It doesn't necessarily have to correlate to anxiety or to bitterness. But in the sense of transformation, that is, a man or a woman that wishes to transcend themselves to a higher state of being, knowing, and understanding, the recognition of certain sacrifices, and thereby understanding the fault in one's own behavior, however superficial or however fundamental, does, I think, require an unfortunate period of sorrowful expression, ideally transitory bitterness. And in this way, whether perceived or not, I think sorrow can remain in the heart. Just as a man can sin or be wicked by extension without being aware of the sin that he committed. Or a more practical example, perhaps, a practical example of the modern day, a man may commit a crime and not know or understand the law that was in place that instructs him not to perform a particular behavior. His unawareness does not excuse him from his guilt of that crime. Now here I don't make any moral statements. All I am saying is that there is possibility in things beyond our perception. And so, if it is not too much to add to this verse, it is possible that it suggests a certain degree of wisdom of heart, wisdom of feeling. That's a very difficult assertion to give an appropriate account to. In the scientific sense, it would take a lot of research in different areas, surely. But surely they're out there. The first matter that comes to mind is the flow state, that of connectedness to one's work, or the runner's high, that is a common motif. And in this way, we are not these over-reasoned, hyperly anxious, self-aware individuals. We are, to a degree, selfless. We find it easy to participate in something that consumes us, that allows us to be. We are unburdened by the suffering of the heart, by the wisdom of the heart. And we are allowed laughter. The suffering does not overbear the possibility of laughter. But all the same, that suffering is there. That sorrowfulness is there. And again, I can't stress this point enough, that this is a matter of balance. The heart as this seat of feeling and of adolescent agency, but also human understanding. And depending on the man, wise in its approach to its expression in response to life situations. And so this prompts me to consider a thought that has opened me up a little bit. I want to say that it takes my breath away, but that might sound pretentious. But it is an experience like one goes over a hill in a car and you feel that sort of brief weightlessness and that uplifting sensation. I've had that similar experience with a particular thought. It's a thought that I've shared about the heart, about the wisdom of the heart. And I think that before we move to that second half of this verse, it's prudent to talk about that a little bit more. And so if we connect this to personal examples of the flow state, being lost in one's work, being lost in exercise, being lost in familial or friendly bonding, we must imagine this wisdom, this opening that the heart affords us. Whatever materialistic explanation we can use to get us to this point, it really doesn't matter. But insofar as we can imagine that there is a part of us that is bound by natural law, that has some structure and some function to it, some order to it, and by the ordering of their pieces and the direction of our experience in this life, in this reality, both in the natural sense and in the divinely inspired sense. When I say natural, I mean fixed. When I say divinely inspired, I mean directed, pushed in a particular direction. This wisdom of the heart, at once I imagine an expansive hole that opens beneath us of what is there to be known. This rift in what is, that concrete law of nature. Not that it perverts nature, but that it knows nature. It follows nature. It sees it. But it also has the hand that directs it. What does that mean? Just as we can view the current of a river, we can see objects that are floating on its surface and pass by us. I think that of the good we can experience in a similar manner. If we but look and perceive of the goodness that passes us, of what passes us in general, we see the way it is directed. Of course, it doesn't break any natural laws to follow the path of the river. It does so because it is bound by that law, and yet it still travels in a particular direction. This is what I mean, because we are these agents that can perceive of this direction. And I do not wish to make some relativistic nightmare of a philosophical argument that there is no truth no goodness, no evil, just abstraction in the human mind. I do not believe this. But of the wisdom of this heart, of our hearts, and the continuity of being, or perhaps the continuity of feeling that contributes to the continuity of our being. That hole that I mentioned that opened beneath us is our tethering to this river that is directed in a particular direction. And just as the feeling of going over a bump in the car, or a hill, or going over in an extreme case, a roller coaster, as it goes down its peak or its precipice, our heart affords us certain joys. And I think I would not wish to attempt to describe all of these joys, but rather the root. And perhaps I won't get there, and perhaps just understanding that there is a wisdom of the heart, and that it can be plugged in, as it were, to life in such a way that the existential burdens that ought to plague any thinking person are made better, are smoothed. The burdens don't inhibit our movement, for if they did, our existence would be quite poor. We would be quite sorry people. We would not achieve much. And perhaps it would not be because of laziness, but rather because of our own reason. Because of the value that we attribute to the burdens that plague us, of the unknowns and uncertainties of life. And so here again I say the wisdom of the heart is here for us to assuage this feeling, this reality, this fact. And the end of that mirth is heaviness. I don't think we need to even go into that again. I think we sufficiently understand what that means, what it implies, how it can be interpreted from my explanation. Admitting all the while that there may be another path to understanding here. Admitting that I am not free from error in my judgments or in my interpretation. Verse 14, the backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways, and a good man shall be satisfied from himself. Now, going off of the interpretation earlier about the wisdom of the heart, I have maintained that the expansion, the depth, the breadth of the heart is something just like a muscle. It can be exercised, it can be made stronger, it can be made larger. Its capacity can increase. Its ability to tolerate can increase. And I think of the discerning and righteous person as the one that understands how to do this rightly. Now, the one that is the backslider, I think, is the opposite. This is where the heart shrinks, it shrivels up. It becomes more and more at ease with superficial, base desires. Well, although committing a crime, committing a sin against the wisdom of the heart, that self-direction, that rational mind overpowers it and would rather excite the passions that distract from that which wisdom would otherwise offer as a solution to problems. The backslider in heart shall be filled with his own ways. And so I think I just described here how his own ways. It's interesting using this language because it's quite a subtle thing. What is he? It's, as we've been discussing, there are different components to that which makes up him, and the heart is one of those things. But there implies something that is more of a director of the thing that is he, more so even than the heart, the thing that directs the heart, which I've been sort of calling that rational side of him, the kingly side of him, perhaps. The one that is in control. And so again, selfish desires shrink the heart, I think, is our conclusion here. For to be a backslider in heart, one must be closed. And we can use as a metaphor the closing of our sense perceptions, the inability to hear, the inability to see, closed off from the experience of a full heart. Now there's a bit of irony here in the second half of this verse. And a good man shall be satisfied from himself. The self is the very thing in the first part of this verse that had led to the backsliding of the heart. The selfish man, in that case the backslider, becomes diminished. But now we see, and a good man shall be satisfied from himself. And perhaps because we have the luxury of previous verses, prior verses, we could think of that, of our potential. We could think of that of the potential of the heart. We could think of divinely inspired as we are. We could think of more than just the heart, of that reasoned part of him, that soulful part of him, that each of these components also has within it that sphere beneath it of connectedness. And this sphere of connectedness, given some of these more powerful organs of mind, assuming that one is connected, can find himself satisfied with what he understands. Satisfied that, again, he is aware of the burdens that is placed on him. He is aware of what he is asked, but he has not let this ruin his life. Nor has he backslid into selfish desires. He has become satisfied in his being and is, in a certain sense, flowing with the way of things. The simple believes every word, but the prudent man looks well to his going. Another example, it would seem, of the proverbial other side of the coin. And by that I mean, when we see the simple, it conjures up memories of when we've seen this before. And in the context as we've seen it before, the simple can be referred to a righteous person. And yet here, we see the simple as being referred to as a gullible person, a superficial person, an undiscerning person, a naive person. Within the ideal of this simple person, of the naive, we think of someone that is overly trusting, perhaps well-meaning, but not particularly concerned about the rigor that truth requires. And perhaps in certain circumstances, this concern is beyond them. That is, the notion of the concern has not been brought to their attention. And because the standard of practice has not been brought to their attention, they are unable to grow in that fashion, to transcend up that ladder. And as one transcends this ladder, they cease to be the simple person in the derogatory sense. And they become, as I've said, discerning. They become the opposite. But not necessarily the opposite of simple in every way. But the prudent man looks well to his going. Now, the prudent man is a man that is discerning. It's a man that has concern and care for the future. This is an attentive person. What does it mean to look well to one's going? I hear a positive attitude. More precisely, I suppose I would say that this looking well is a particular type of disposition. Just as one wears glasses to bend the light to see, in this way, prudence serves to bend what is meaningful and purposeful, and the way that it hits his awareness and perception. He views it as a way to fulfill himself in such a way that is not superficial, but again in line with prudence, with care for the future. With care for his going, let's say, for his path that he walks. A wise man fears and departs from evil, but a fool rageth and is confident. Another verse that we have seen before, at least the pattern we have seen before. The trope of the wise man that fears God is very common. One is to fear God because of the consequences. Just as there are any number of laws that are out there, albeit potentially flawed because created by man, but it's a good analogy nonetheless. That there are certain fundamental laws that most people would agree on, and there's a certain power that the law has in maintaining social order. Now, for reasons of fear of punishment, but also because of understanding of what one ought to do, one does not commit certain crimes. But in the case of it all, in the case of the law of the heart, the law of the soul, in which its consequences are everywhere, the eyes are forever open, forever seeing what you do. In one instance, it sounds like a totalitarian hellscape. But in another, it is the way of things. For if we are to agree that there is a way of things, then the various oughts that we have discussed throughout our lineage as human beings, if there's going to be any truth to any of it, then there must be a law of the divine sort that is above man, that one in which man is bound to, not necessarily one that man creates for himself, just as there is a natural law that man is bound to. He is bound to the conditions of his biology. He is bound to the conditions of his genetic makeup. His consciousness and transcendence, his belief, and his satisfaction in life, the fulfillment of his soul, I think also must follow certain laws. But again, I would like to reiterate that the ubiquitous nature of the law of the soul and of the heart, the divine law, and because of this awareness, judgment is always abounding. And it ought to create a degree of anxiety. Now one's ear and eyes that are directed towards that anxiety, I think, to a degree determine his prudence. But also I would say that the degree to which that anxiety is calmed is the degree to which he is righteous. Now that is not in every case true. Certainly not true of the evil people, because they are at peace when they do what is contrary, for the sake of what is contrary, despite knowing the good. So our reference for the wise man that fears is the one that fears doing wrong. And if one fears to do wrong and the judgment therein, he will depart from evil. But the fool rages and is confident. This confidence is, I think, can come from a few different places. Selfishness is one of the places. An excessive sense of pride and self-worth. I think that one of the telling characteristics of the fool is one that believes that they exist in a particular state of knowing or position in the hierarchy of life that they just don't belong to. And they feel as though their continual striving is enough for them to be saved. That is, if they continually sacrifice, but sacrifice for inferior goods, that of material gain, and do nothing of the finer things in life, know nothing of what prosperity and love can bring. The mindless raging and overconfidence is the characteristic of the fool. He that is soon angry deals foolishly, and a man of wicked devices is hated. Now the first part of that verse, who hasn't experienced that if they are of a certain age? He that is soon angry deals foolishly. If one is soon to anger, this type of passion is the great polluter of reason. You know, they say the cooler heads prevail. It's an interesting expression. Obviously, this anger is the substrate that allows the fire to propagate, the heat. And for it to be cooled means for a calmer disposition to take hold, one that is discerning, one that is decisive, that wishes to give accurate accounts to their judgments. And what an interesting thing anger is, for it excites us to such a degree, but it doesn't benefit us. How many times in life I have imagined, when waking up early and going into work, and my mind is just not functioning as it should. It's not firing on all cylinders. Those passions that are frequently come forth in fits of anger. It's quite interesting how similar the two conditions are. One is this sort of semi-conscious state, or ever-increasing mental fortitude to be able to handle the responsibilities of the day. We sort of get warmed up as we go on. This is just the way of how we work. But eventually we reach a steady state of necessary functioning, which gets us through the day. It allows us to be at peace with ourselves. We can be absorbed in our work. We can enjoy things. We can hold conversations. Our attention is decent. But in the case of the angry, of the uncontrolled passion, and also in the case of the drowsy, I think we see a similar level of reasoning. Moreover, or furthermore, perhaps I should say, that in states of foolishness, we are easily fooled, we are easily duped. That which we gear our attention towards, and the problems that we attempt to solve, are made difficult. They are obstructed, either by our mental fogginess as we emerge out of the resting state, or from the fire of our passions. The man of wicked devices is selfish. What they devise is for their own gain. and he is hated because of his selfishness, because of his lack of consideration for that which is outside of himself. The simple inherit folly, but the prudent are crowned with knowledge. Another verse concerning attention. And here we see another derogatory remark about the simple. The simple inherit folly because of their lack of attentiveness, because of their ease of amusement, because of their low standards. Folly is a lack of good sense. I hear the echoes of the verse. A wise man fears and departs from evil. Because I've had a thought of education. I've had a thought of my experience with education. And I've had a thought of my effort within the institutions. And I've also considered different ages, different periods, different possibilities of how societies can educate their children to avoid this folly. I have made my fair share of stupid mistakes that have decisions that have been made because of simple designs. Perhaps in many cases to self-medicate, to reduce my attention so I didn't have to face the reality that is. And certainly it is the case that foolish decisions, that the design of one with lowly intentions will produce a brittle foundation. Now, it's my opinion that it's never too late to pour a new foundation. But time lost is time lost. We may recover a strong foundation later in life, but the degree and the time for which we have to build upon it is limited. But the prudent are crowned with knowledge. Now, the symbolism here, I think, is important, and it's easy to gloss over. The prudent, as we have said many times, is of a person that is concerned about the future. They are judicious. They are discerning. They choose to make wise decisions and judgments. But I'd like to talk about what it means to be crowned. We all have this conception of the king or the queen that is crowned. But the symbol of that ceremony, the crowning of the monarch, it serves as a passage of authority, a passage of power, and an orientation of attention on the part of the populace. That is to say, the person who wears the crown is the one who gets the attention. But of course, just reducing this to that characteristic is not sufficient. And just reducing it to power also is not sufficient. On the part of the man, that exercises this power, that accepts that responsibility. Upon him are placed certain conditions, whether he would like it or not. Just as in the liberal societies of the modern day, certain conditions are placed upon its citizens, whether we like it or not. If we choose to ignore it, we can find ourselves in a society of disinterested giants who swallow us up into their being, into their character, the qualities of what they are, for their own purposes, for their own designs, while our productive hours, our productive years are spent under the thumb of this, or part of the mechanism of this, that walks in what way many of us do not know. Some of us have a general understanding. In the broader picture, these disinterested giants are walking for some broader disinterested mechanism. Now I say disinterested sort of as a place mark. I think it's true in some sense, it's false in others. At a different age, I think we had a little bit more moderation and restraint, a little bit more direction to our actions, a different view on the outlook of our life. I think prudence was a little bit more of a foundational quality of the American person. But nevertheless, what this participates in, all of these different giants that are walking about, these corporate bodies, as well as the citizens, free to the degree that they are, given the conditions that they have wrought for themselves. We play this game. When I say disinterested, it is not quite disinterested. Interests vary. And in the context of such broad possibilities that freedom offers, I think interest, but more importantly and more fundamentally, attention, is what drives the order. It's what drives the liberal order. What is behind that which people attend to is what we will see on a broader scale. And I think that, unfortunately, or fortunately, the gods of our current culture are that of growth and that of a superficial sense of prosperity. Many of us chase things that at one time were part of a broader connected web. You work for a certain reason to afford certain things so that you can give the proper sacrifices. Now, I will admit that not every society nor every person in any particular period is perfect. Every period, every age has its share of sins and wickedness. Just as every, including our own, has its share of goodness. But the point that I'm making is that, free as though we are, and however this experience of ours has ended up, however the burdens have been handled, however the sacrifices have been laid, whatever altars we choose to place whatever sacrifice we deem worthy. These days it seems like the soul, but in any case, regardless of what we feel, the truth of the matter will find us. It will correct us, just like in the days of old, in the days of the kings, all those many hundreds of years, thousands of years, in which kings have accepted their crown, many of whom have failed to uphold the responsibility that comes with their crown. But what difference does it make if it's one man or a few 100 million? We are all faced with the same challenges and the same burdens. No doubt the one that is crowned the king will have much greater responsibility than that of the individual. But in a way he does not. I think the urgency and the necessity of a genuine soul, of an innocent soul, however improbable that may be, is all that much more prudent, we can say, of the king, because of his position, because of the crown that's placed on his head. But the prudent are crowned with knowledge. So I say all of that to say that this passing of the crown, if we are to be the kings, if we are going to be free men, if we are going to be the prudent, the crown given to us in that position comes with certain responsibilities. Now in this case, in this proverb, it seems more upfront, since we are talking about the characteristics of a person, not necessarily a king or a free man. We don't really know much about his character. We know the responsibilities that he must accept. But here we see the prudent man. We understand of him certain responsibilities that have been accepted, certain burdens that he has placed upon his shoulders and accepted. And it's because of this that he is crowned. It is not because of his birth, whether it be in the case of the king or in the case of the free man, or by further extension by blood in the case of the king. But again, it is by the merit of the prudent person that receives the crown of knowledge. Now, the crown of knowledge is a grant of authority given to somebody that has proven themselves able to accept that responsibility. Now, knowledge itself is no simple affair. What it means to know something isn't entirely clear. But surely, along with his merit, the prudent person understands that there are things to be known, that everything is not just relative. And moreover, because of his judicious, well-advised nature, he is more apt to give appropriate accounts to his judgments. And by appropriate accounts, I mean a sensible, perhaps procedural, methodical approach to understanding that which is. in some sense, the crown of authority that has been placed on his head has been placed upon his head because of a reciprocal faith, a faith by the ever after, the highest of highest, the holiest of holies, and a faith on the part of the prudent person. They both believe in each other. They both understand and see each other. They see the truth. They know the truth. And by their knowing, they can make effective decisions. The evil bow before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteous. Now this verse at its surface seems to be one of those where my initial response is to assume a position, a disposition, of this, a certain type of antagonism, because of its seemingly simplicity, simplicity. And its declarative style. After we have just finished talking about the man that is given the crown of knowledge because of his prudence, because of his judicious nature. Now we are given an assertion, a declaration, upon which it is difficult to make or to give an account to this judgment. But I suppose that's no different from many of the verses that we've read. The only problem is we are dealing with such broad possibilities. And for me to grasp, to get a handle on that pattern, it seems to be like grasping something that is well beyond something that can be grasped without help, or without a machine claw or hand, whereas my hand of a certain size is unable to grasp it or to grip it. But surely this is the case of every problem that has been asked. Seemingly at the surface, initially it seems insurmountable. But after appropriate questioning, we may come up with a testable answer. Or perhaps a testable question. And so this will involve defining a few terms. That which is evil, that which is good, the symbol of the bowing. Probably the easiest of interpretation. It is a symbol of submission. It could be seen as a symbol of respect. But of the evil, so far we have described this tendency, this agency, as something that behaves contrary to that which is. Although it may understand the way of things, it willfully denies it and prefers its own course of action. It prefers its own story, its own laws, even if they are an illusion. They would much rather live in a dream than to see reality as it is. And evil is all about intent, assuming that it is personified. The agent that is evil that finds its way to us, I'm not sure I can say much of that agent. But surely, in its own way, it must have this contrarian orientation built into it. Not because it is interested in finding holes so that it may fill them in with a more solid substance to make a more perfect landscape, to add more pieces to the puzzle to increase our sight or our vision, but rather they would see holes so that they can create a vacuum, so that they can see darkness and they can witness others fall into it. Now, for the evil to surrender in the manner of this bow, this symbol of submission, I think this has to involve a process of transformation. The process and the type of transformation that we see in the Christian world through the Christian story. It has to do with transcendence and realization, acceptance, and surrendering. Because ultimately the way of things, that is the way that the good in this proverb are following, leads them to the successful areas in life, the sustainable successes of life, the true successes of life. And I think the unfortunate thing is about the agency or about the principalities that are above our own individual selves and conscious minds is that the time horizon for this action can often be much beyond the individual human life. And so it may seem, from a super zoomed in point of view, as we have in our own individualistic experience, that it's very difficult to find the pattern of goodness winning over evil. We may see it here, we may see it there, but also we see evil all over the place, seemingly triumphing over the good. And I think if one is unconvinced by their own experiences, and by extension their own experiences with the good and that relationship to the bowing of evil, one must zoom out and take a broader perspective of our experience on this planet with our conscious minds. And if but nothing for the fact that we are still here, I think says a lot about the role of goodness in the nature of man. But unfortunately, I think as long as we are here, and as long as we continue to struggle, albeit we do ascend this staircase to heaven, but rather slowly, every step of this ascension we will see a new form of evil. When I say a new form, it is always of a similar character, but it presents itself in new clothes, perhaps. New words are used to describe one's behavior. The poor is hated even by his own neighbor, but the rich has many friends. He that despises his neighbor sins, but he that has mercy on the poor, happy is he. I think to a degree, these verses go together. In the first instance, when we say the poor, it's easy to think of a person materially without. But the poor is a much broader term. The poor is beyond, it can be seen as beyond circumstance. That is, one can find themselves in a state of poverty materially, and yet be rich in spirit and in soul and in love. But true poverty is vacuous. It is, just as we discussed with evil, I think this entirely lacking thing. It is a hole that is created in the existence of man that has this negative potential to it. It is always pulling into itself. And once the things from the world find itself within that vacuous space, there is nothing within it. That which has found itself within has found itself without meaning, without purpose. And surely we have heard of poverty, the term poverty being extended beyond that material substrate. We've heard of a man that is poor of heart, poor of spirit, poor of soul, poor of relations. There are many ways I think one can find themselves in that pit that the Psalms explain also well, this pit of Sheol, this place of darkness, for both that of the living and that of the dead. And on the other side of the proverbial coin, we have that of the rich. And again, the term rich extends not just beyond, but well beyond that of the materially rich. We must think of the place that is opposite that of Sheol, a place of abundance, this vibrancy of life. And in the Platonic sense, when we are discussing the forms, when we are discussing the ideal of this richness, we don't mean superficial. We don't mean it in the way that an evil person can become comfortable in life. We don't mean it in terms of a Jeffrey Epstein. Certainly a man that has all the comforts, all the possibilities open to him to establish these relations. It is not a matter of what a person has or has not that makes him rich or poor. It is a matter of what he is and what he chooses to be. Now certainly, when this being, this constancy of existence, if it itself is, then of course by extension, he either has or has not. So my explanation is not quite entirely right, but I think as a matter of importance, the quality of the is and that of the reliable, that of the known, that of the existing, that of the soul, the foundational element of a man. That richness begins there. He that despises his neighbor sins, but he that has mercy on the poor, happy is he. I suppose it's difficult these days at least it's difficult for me, to imagine what it would be like to have, and to be, perhaps, a good neighbor. Now, I say that not to say that I despise my neighbors, but rather I don't know them all that well. I am thankful to know them at all, to know their names, to say hello to them. But it is a bizarre thing to live next to somebody for such a long time, and to be almost strangers. And we have to wonder what type of community results from the disinterested neighbor, or the culture of disinterested neighbors. At what point does this come back on us, and how do we experience this? And certainly it must be in a lacking of some sort, a lacking of purpose and community, the obvious explanation. But to despise one's neighbor, I believe that I have friends that may fit that description. And what they do is quite bizarre. Although I may understand their discontent at the behavior of their neighbors, I don't quite understand walling them out. Setting up a barrier because of this dislike of one's neighbors. But surely in both cases, a community can't survive without solid connections. Or at least something else has to provide it with the glue and the adhesive to keep that engine running. To bind the creative vibratory forces of man and his potential. Without this communal love, his urgency and his excited nature, I think, serve against him. It's like the atomic binding energy within the nucleus. You have positively charged particles. They are so close to one another, but they have this binding energy. And you think it would just rip them apart. But the bond that they have is one of the strongest forces that there is. And the release of that releases a tremendous amount of energy. But by the same token, I would have to imagine if that binding force was not there and required some external force to keep it together so that it didn't dissolve itself, I would have to imagine that that force would also be quite large and oppressive. Now here I don't necessarily mean government. It can serve as a piece to that larger possibility. It must be a principality above the conscious mind of man. An agency, perhaps, of his participation, what we might call an emergent quality of his participation in the world. And that of the way of things above him, whether he likes it or not, comes down to judge his behavior. And that of the forces of a similar type that wish to corrupt his behavior. And so to despise one's neighbor is a sin. For the sake of the collective and for the sake of our societies and our own souls, proper relations in our experience, I think, are fundamental. Our hatred is blinding, while our love is illuminating. And the more that we despise, the less that we can see. It's just like, or as if, there were no roads to our destination. No possible way that we can traverse these seemingly insurmountable distances under the condition of hate. But suddenly, when love finds us, it connects us together. And we find joy in the relationships that we have with our neighbors. This infrastructure emerges. And the destination that we wish to go seems guided. There seems to be a path. But he that has mercy on the poor, happy is he. Now we should pause again for a moment and remember our discussion of the poor and of its lacking, of its darkness. For if we are to have at our disposal mercy, we have been crowned with this knowledge, this light, this position of authority. we are given this responsibility. And if we are to believe that the poor are redeemable, we must bestow upon them this mercy, this grace and charity, both in the lesser sense of the word, that of somebody of unfortunate material circumstance, and of the loftier sense of the poor, that of disillusion, confusion, of unfortunate nature, and the corruption of the spirit that certainly often accompanies that of lack of material prosperity. But those that are able to give mercy are those who are able to see, who are able to see potential, and who are in a position to give light to those who have not. Do they not err that devise evil? But mercy and truth shall be to them that devise good. So to speak on the first part of that verse, do they not err that devise evil? I think it's appropriate at this point to discuss what it might mean to grasp something and to hold it. A physical example that can extend its meaning, its branches of meaning, well deep into our conscious mind. This grasping, a metaphor for understanding, for knowing, for having, for belonging to a certain degree. It provides a sense of tangibility to that which is otherwise intangible, that of love. We say it to exist. Perhaps we even can say that we can grasp it, if we are fortunate enough to have those relationships through which it is felt in such a way that we think it reasonable and sensible to refer to love in this sense as something that can be held and grasped. In our grasping in the physical sense, when we hold an object, we are inundated with information about the nature of that object, not only through our sight, but through the sensory receptors in our skin. It tells us information about its form. Even without vision, we are able to tell its shape, its texture, its temperature, how heavy it is, the size of it relative to the size of our hand. And there are unfortunate circumstances under which conditions we may be mistaken that the information, both in the physical sense but also in the metaphorical sense, can be false. In spinal cord injuries, there are many unfortunate physical limitations that result. the loss of many of these sensations that we discussed. And just like a spinal cord injury, an insult to the mind, an invasion, a perversion, a disruption, a disorientation, that of the evil agent that finds its way through our metaphysical immune system. In a like manner, information is similarly corrupted. It's corrupted to such a degree that we believe that which we hold is actually there when it is, in reality, not so. That is to say, we, whether willfully or not, but in the case of evil, we presume willfully, value and exalt that which is contrary to the actual, graspable, tangible thing. Such a bizarre state it would be. And in the physical context, if I were to grab an object, let's say a coin, and to state and to truly believe what I was holding was a marker, this would be bizarre, strange, but certainly a fundamental disorientation of understanding of what I am holding and grasping. And so this erring is a mistake. It is false holding, literally mistake. And so when we ask the question, do they not err that devise evil? Certainly the answer is yes. It is as clear-cut as the opinion of one when they hold a coin. They exalt the marker. But mercy and truth shall be to them that devise good. The key word here being devise. For devise means to think up, to plan, or to invent by careful thought. Now, if one is to devise and to plan, to invent something by careful thought, but to make a mistake is not willful, it is not intentional. They meant to do good. This is where mercy comes in. Mercy and truth. For the one that devises good is after the good. They may make a mistake, but that is okay, because they can be forgiven, as long as they are willfully attempting to do good. Now there are a bunch of different possibilities and probabilities. Now, I say, and I speak generally, not necessarily for the most extreme of circumstances, in which there may be a more subtle argument to that. In all labor there is profit, but the talk of the lips tends only to penury. Now I think that this is a particularly important verse. It's important because it highlights the idea that if all we do is say, if all we do is speak, although we may say things that are meaningful, we may ground our speech into reality. But if earth is not a part of our experience, then are we not living a delusion? We are human beings, after all. As much as we would like to think of ourselves as other, although we may be special by certain divinely inspired gifts, that specialty only goes so far. Our restrictions are the cause for our humility. And so to say, but the talk of the lips tends only to extreme poverty and destitution. Is to say that if all you do in life is say or verbalize your plan of action without actually manipulating the world or taking the world in and recognizing that you are a part of it, not in a woo-woo supernatural sense, but at the same time not denigrating the supernatural, but in the cause of my meaning. To be part of the earth means to be an active participant with it, to have a relationship to it. It doesn't mean to dissolve the self like the Buddhist desire. That it is also not an advertisement for the overinflation of the self. It's not an advertisement for wickedness. But again, it is to say that without the earth and without the elements of heaven that inspires the mind, without that recognition of that part of ourselves on behalf of the divine, to understand our reality and that we are embodied in this world, in this earthly experience. Without that, we live in a delusion. Without it, there is nothing actionable that can be done in the world. And without action in the world, we will lead ourselves into destitution or extreme poverty or to penury. And so the first part of that verse, in all labor there is profit, that is true. It's not saying that all profit is righteous, nor is all labor, but it is true that in all labor there is profit. Because through labor, there is a relationship between heaven and earth, between the mind of man, which is in the image of that divine mind, and the natural world, bound by its laws. Which, of course, we are also bound by. The crown of the wise is their riches, but the foolishness of fools is folly. Another verse that is prompting, asking of us to the depths. It can fool the superficial reader. So to begin, the crown of the wise is their riches. I think the first impulse is easy to think. that the riches are the thing that composes this crown. In a way, it is true. But just as we discussed the relationship in the previous verse between heaven and earth, this also involves a relationship between heaven and earth. Because the riches are this crown, but it is the crown that is on a particular head, on the head of the wise person. Just as we talked about in a prior verse about the crowning of a king. That the crown in some sense makes him a king, but also the king is understood to be before the crown is placed on his head. The ceremony serves to highlight the symbolism of what is to become or what is to be. It is the union of those two elements, the consecration of those two things. In a similar manner, we see the wise inherit their riches symbolically. We already know that the wise will inherit that crown. They are the king of their riches. They are the king before their riches. They are the wise before the crown of riches. Their crown concretizes, solidifies their wisdom. Now the second part of this verse is rather humorous, likely due to its interpretation, or translation I should say, but the foolishness of fools is folly. That is to say, the lack of good sense of those who lack good sense. Lack good sense. It is this reiteration of that type of person. The unfortunate one, that, by the way, I should say is not beyond any of us. If we are to think that we are free from foolishness, I think we would be deceiving ourselves. And so when I think of myself, the foolishness of my fool, the fool that is within all of us, the fool that is within me, it is folly. It is this lacking. This silliness. Again, lack of good sense, lack of good judgment. A true witness delivers souls, but a deceitful witness speaks lies. This is a verse that we've seen before, or at least the pattern of this verse we've seen before. Now remember this true witness, the one that says the things that are as they understand them to be. How in such a way does this lead to deliverance? What does it mean for a soul to be delivered? Now, for something to be delivered, it means it is to arrive at a particular destination. the destination that it ought to be at. The right destination. And if the soul is in the right place, its being is in line with God. This is our proverbial alignment problem, that of man and his orientation and alignment with that which is, with God, with the supreme divinity, and the mind of knowing the truth. A deceitful witness is the one that says or uses what they have experienced, the information of the world that they've taken in, for purposes that are other than that of the pure fact of what was observed. They take selfish desires and pollute that witness. That of seeing an event, it is distorted for selfish concerns. And in this way they speak lies. They speak to that which is antagonistic to the truth. In the fear of the Lord is strong confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge. And the next verse, the fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. The fear of the Lord is this repeating motif in the Bible, a recurring element that again prompts us to continually reflect on it. And as we engage, we further highlight the meaning. Often I think the initial impulse is to view this in a negative light. In the Western world, we are much afraid of tyrants, although in our fear of tyrants, we seemingly have become blind to them. Almost as if through our fear, we wish to deny the existence or the possibility that a tyrant can come upon us again. But in the Lord, this tyrant is not from on high. The tyrant is within the mind, it is within the heart. It is burrowed within the soul. All of us are tempted to invite such things into us, the parasites that again burrow themselves deeply within our psyche. Now this fear ought not to be our own. Now if it is our own, well, what does that mean? Can we say of fear that it is not our own? Well, let's examine the nature of this parasite. That which invades us is evil, an agent in and of itself. Perhaps we can think about it as a virus. But maybe a virus doesn't quite fit the mold. The parasite certainly is more appropriate here, because the parasite can find its way to us by all sorts of different means, many by which fly under the radar of our perception, of our awareness. And I think there is one important thing to note about this parasite. just as an addict struggles with an addiction. The host of this parasite must necessarily see and recognize that there is a foreign pathogen within them in order to take action and to excise it from their body. So let's discuss some potential entry points of this parasite. The first of which, the most blunt and perhaps the most obvious, is by penetration and attachment. In the physical sense, literally a parasite may have these physical structures like hooks that grab onto its host, that anchor it in place and prevent it from moving. The defenses of the host in this case are not strong enough to prevent the parasite from infecting it. A rather unfortunate circumstance, a circumstance perhaps that we don't see much these days, or perhaps we do. It's kind of difficult to say exactly when one mode of transmission becomes another. But to this I would say, and surely we are thinking of cognitive matters when we think about this parasite, this metaphorical relationship, but of mind, and recognizing the importance of the abilities and the potential of the human mind. We do not see much of this physical assault. Slavery perhaps is an example of it. Certainly it exists in our day. In a certain way, this compulsion of behavior from the external environment, from the slave owner, serves as a parasite to the host. For the parasite does not recognize the host as its own individual agent. It is feeding ground for its own purposes. In some sense, it is seen to belong to that parasite. Perhaps we can think of, we discussed a tyrant. This may be quite similar. And although the tyrants that spread across the Western world in the mid-20th century have largely returned to their shadows, and I say return to their shadows because they are still among us, no doubt, but they're not as explicit like a place like North Korea, in which these tyrants are an unbridled form of parasitic person, and also the institutions that accompany them, the power that they wield over others, to dampen the minds of their citizens, to make them act for their own purposes, to pervert their own value, that is the value of their subjects, for their own selfish desires. Another way we can see this entry of the parasite is through direct entry. Some parasites are so small, microscopic, that they avoid detection by our visual perception. They are so small that the orifices of the host mean nothing to it. They are able to easily traverse those barriers and those biological walls that are set up to prevent foreign material of a certain size from entering. And what volitional control the host does have, the agent and the violence that comes to him in such a way and in such a form that he is unable to pick up on it, unable to perceive it. This is a particularly dangerous type, perhaps not the most dangerous, but certainly dangerous. I think it could be said that many forms of deception and parasitic behavior flies under the radar of those that are aware of it. And it's this slow removal of the individual from free agency of their own. As the years go by, they are forced into a certain way of thinking. Perhaps by the small musings, the wanderings of a particular corporate philosophy. The philosophy itself is so small and so discreet, it's not all that controlling. It asks of you very small things, but what it understands that you're giving up is quite lofty in terms of the type of agency and the type of self-directed behavior that would be required of you to survive outside of that institution. We can see a parasite find us through vector-borne transmission. That is, some other agent brings it to us. Inadvertently, perhaps a friend introduces us to some concept or some idea that on the surface seems all right. Perhaps it's the person himself that is the problem. The behavior, the actions, the decisions that slowly, as time goes on, and as the relationship between us and that person who carries that pathogen, as we develop that relationship, as that bridge is strengthened, all that need to happen is the pathogen just walk across. That evil tempting thing, perhaps that slightly contrary hobby that the friend has, that again, given time, given enough possibility, enough strategizing on the part of the pathogen, we are led down this path to the darkest of environments, perhaps down to the pit of Sheol itself. Before we know it, we are without anything familiar surrounding us, without anything that we can tether our minds to or grab onto. Perhaps we are in a downward spiral. Such a subtle thing is the parasite. I need not spend much time on the next possibility, but by penetration, perhaps, we can find a parasite enter into us. In a not so distant dystopian future, it is probable, it is possible, that when humanity finds itself in a relationship to some artificial intelligence that it has created, the possibility of it merging with that intelligence to facilitate our own abilities may present itself. And in that presentation, we will find both promises of wonder, but also beneath those promises, the ever-dreaded, inadvertent nature of the parasite. The other side of that coin, of the potential dangers. That when we inject a computer chip into our minds or under our skin, that potential, who knows all of the subtle ways that that device can influence us, can change our minds, and direct our behavior to ends that are contrary to our own, even if they may be for our own good. But certainly we can imagine if they are for our own good or for evil, they are beyond our control and our will. And certainly this is not the designs of God. His creation shall have its own agency. Shall have a will of its own. Perhaps I should say ought to have a will of its own. The next, and I think most important, when we talk of evil, we talk of demons. We talk of that which must be surrendered to a higher power in order to excise this from our minds. It is the parasite that enters into our consciousness through mimicry and deception. I mentioned the tyrants that have faded from the spotlight into the shadows. They're very much among us. We face an age of nominalism in which the words that we use to describe one thing at a prior date had meant something else. Currently, it means something entirely different. And in the age of information, I believe that I've seen it. I believe that we have all experienced it, this dissonance, the separation of the word that we thought we once knew, but now the meaning of which seems to be entirely inverted. It creates such a sense of confusion and insecurity and faithlessness that can lead the mind down any number of paths out of fear of its own vulnerability, its lack of awareness and understanding. Now, why do I say all of this in the context of these two verses? In the fear of the Lord is strong confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge. The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. Because in the first instance I mentioned that the fear of the Lord is different from the fear of that of a tyrant, or the fear of that of a parasite that enters into us. There's a subtle difference between the free agent and the agent who believes that he is free but is actually directed by some external force towards some end of that external force's design. Now, I believe that we truly have free will, but I also believe that the design of the Supreme, the one that we are woefully ignorant of in many instances, in many patches of the landscape, many of these seem unintelligible to us. But it is our willful acceptance of such a way, and the possibility of our denial, and also of our salvation, of our being saved from our own ignorance, the possibility of transcendence that is left for us. And it is not that we fear the Lord because the Lord is a parasite in the mind of man. We fear the Lord because the mind of man can be a parasite onto the creation that has been wrought. And what we fear is not the Lord's direction, but rather our perversion of that direction. And in that fear, within that foundational humility, we place our confidence. Because at the very least, we understand that we are directed towards something and that our actions and our behaviors serve some purpose that is beyond the individual, some purpose that offers us the possibility of transcendence, of moving from one stage of understanding to another, of reducing the possibility of error. And in going through that process of learning, we ourselves are changed. We ourselves find meaning. We become less of a parasite, less of a deceiving character on our neighbor's experience, more free-living, independent beings. Our children shall have a place of refuge because of what we have learned, from what we've been able to glean of our pursuits that stem from the seed of willful acceptance of that lies without the mind of man. The fountain of life is this spring by which the unpleasant emotions of man's experience force and corral him into, to force him to see it, to force him to drink from it. Force him, as long as he is so willing to listen. So perhaps force is not the right word, but ask of him, rather. And to understand that this proclivity of the heart towards the contrary way of feeling is but an invitation. An invitation to drink from this fountain of life, while also again retaining that bedrock of humility. To understand that I do not know everything, I cannot control everything. That type of mind is beyond my own. It is above my own. But I should be obedient to that mind that does have that capacity and ability. I should ask of it what path I ought to take. I should ask of it of my will. How much of myself can I give? What should we say of the end? Certainly the end is more than just the end of the self. And in death, many things reach their end. We can say that there are things of us that transcend and continue. That there is a spirit of man that has continued throughout the ages. There have been many different boundaries around which a particular line of man have propagated themselves into the future. There are areas of scientific rigor to determine the effects of lineages on the future. But as I see this ending, I see almost as one might see a large explosion, and that shock wave that moves out away from it rapidly, pushing the air around it is this, what was otherwise before the explosion invisible to us is now this visible, powerful, forceful thing that moves out in all directions. And of this illustration, I think of two things. I think of a penetrating element, and I think of a still image. That is often the interpretation of the mind of man. We take an image and we say, okay, this is a piece of our reality. What can we say of it? Much of it, of course, we miss just by looking at the image. But in the image of this shock wave, we have seen it frozen, a moment in time. We can think about it, we can analyze it. And in this experience, I think we can see a number of things. We could see a general trend, that of this forceful expanse away from the center. That center of small communities. The center of the self. When I say center of the community and center of the self, I think, and I express this temporally as a matter of time, the boundaries around which the self, around which the community, around which different empires and nations and kings have been placed, so that we may identify them. Remember, we are talking about the end. We are talking about the fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. We're talking of death. We're talking about the end. We're trying to come to some understanding of what it means to depart from the snares of death while following the fear of the Lord, while at one time examining this illustration of the shock wave, while also retaining this existence, that one individual can see this pattern. And yet the pattern is obviously something that extends well beyond the individual. And just as this shock wave that we can make an equivalency to the expansion of man into the future, that there is some element of man that continues. That while the individual and all of his achievements during his life, however lofty or however small and insignificant, there is a piece of his experience. There is something about the time and the period in which he lived that survives him in the minds of others. And while there has been more than one occasion upon which empires have fell, perhaps we have reverted into a particular state of ignorance, we have been knocked down a rung, our general experiences seemed to tend in an upward direction. We can talk about what that upwardness is, but not at the moment, for we are concerned with death and its snares. The selfishness of mind is unavoidable here. Trying to break through its surface is like trying to look out a window of concrete. It's very difficult to imagine what's on the other side. But of this shockwave, of this image of the shockwave, we infer that it came from a central point. We infer that at each successive moment, it has moved out away from that point. It has moved away from the selfish consideration of one man, away from the boundaries, perhaps, of individual communities. The shockwave has retained an element and a character of its own, assuming new identities as it spreads into the future, as it continues to propagate. This seeming self-sustaining wave that is penetrated by some constancy that is quite elusive and almost unexplainable. For what boundary surrounds that force which seems to break and evade every boundary that or identity that assumes some nature to make it up? It seems like this infinitely changing thing. It seems like an old Ionian explanation of the world and of reality, of this passive infinite multitude that exists in the image as this visible shockwave, of this circular visible shockwave, and then the passive element we don't see in the image, but it is assumed that of the motion of this wave out into wherever it moves out to in the environment. But of course, as Plato had mentioned, as Socrates has mentioned, this way of thinking, there's not much at the end of it. We are talking about two infinities that go on forever. There is no there. There is no tangibility there. And in the finality of death, we see something that is tangible. We see the end. And beyond it, something new, as if it was infinite, as if it is infinite. And in a way, perhaps it is. Difficult to understand the concept of the snares of death, what lies beyond, what it assumes to be caught, and what it means to be at the end of something. As a ball seemingly rolls down a hill, every second exposing a new face to the world, and every second a part of itself is obscured by the world. I'm not sure exactly what to make of it. In the multitude of people is the king's honor, but in the want of people is the destruction of the prince. And we spoke of tyrants earlier. This is a powerful message to that effect, to the place of the king. That the king, although he occupies this position of authority, he is also a subject to that multitude. Because the people hold his honor. They hold his privilege. And now we don't think much of a monarchy or a king or of a tyrant as that of somebody that is subject to the people. But I think as a matter of within the multitude of time, what can be seen to be revealed is the grip, this grasp on authority and power is transient. Eventually, the king will be unable to escape his despotic tendencies, for eventually his account of honor will run dry, and what is true will eventually must spring forth again. And within the multitude, if his honor is restored, the king is then thereby restored to his proper place. But a tyrant exhausts what life there is already in existence. Just as I mentioned, the sort of analogy to a bank account. You can go on living a certain way, spending a certain way, but eventually that spending will come to an end. The value that has been accrued in that account will be diminished. The people will become exhausted. They will be tired. They will be unable to continue under such ruthless subjection. And in the second half of this verse, but in the want of people is the destruction of the prince. It is saying just this, that if the king at present is the one to pursue such things which causes the people to want, and when we say want, we are speaking of a profound wanting. This is much more than a superficial type of want, like one wants an ice cream. This is one wants water so they don't die of dehydration, or of food so they don't succumb to malnutrition, or of any number of things of this existential type want, all the way up to that of the wanting of the soul, of liberation of mind, of understanding what to do with one's burdens. But in the want of the people is the destruction of the prince. That is, again, when this king has exhausted his resources and when he is laid to rest, the prince that inherits this throne will inherit that emptiness. He will inherit that bankruptcy and that poverty. And of poverty we have discussed many things, not just in the primarily financial sense, or in the sense of gold in the ancient world. His destruction is much more than that. He faces the distinction of the spirit of his people and of his nation. The identity will begin to dissolve. Certainly his place in a position of authority is at risk and may end. I think we can see that many possibilities present themselves in such a situation. He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit exalteth folly. There are many instances in life that present themselves so rapidly and so frustratingly, almost as if one were to be spooked by something behind them made a loud noise, and the reaction is this bodily excitement that extends to the mind. And it seems almost beyond us, this reaction, this fight or flight type scenario. And in these instances, we are excited to such a degree, to such an extent, for reasonable purposes. If we need to act quickly, we ought to be ready to act quickly. And it speaks to the diligence of our system that is beneath the conscious control, that it is able to recognize, to sense, or to be proactive in potentially dangerous circumstances. But I think just like what we might call fear or surprise, we can extend to something like anger. That is, many possible roads that can lead to this place, and that of wrath, I would say. Wrath, perhaps we can think of as the absolute extreme of one's anger. But in such instances, I think the reaction of the body, and perhaps I could say the misdirection of the heart, or of the lower systems, of the more automatic systems of the mind, I think we are quick to latch on to this impulse. And it's because we latch onto this impulse, we've committed to a certain path, a certain trajectory. And it's a bizarre thing. It's a bizarre thing that one does not engage in self-reflection. I think it's testament to one's own control, self-discipline. If they are able to, just as quickly as the automatic response took hold, that the rational response to examine the cause of that response also takes place a moment after. Instead of following the trajectory that has been placed in front of us. Now, I think the more effective one is at responding to a certain stimulus, the better they will be at making effective decisions, and not just going down a path because of their first initial impulse. When I say path, I mean a sort of a chain of thinking, of reasoning, a causal pathway. Now I'm saying this with this example about the automatic processing and our rational mind stepping in to lead us in a prudent, down a wise road, so that we don't get ourselves into trouble, is that it's the easiest starting point, I think, to understand this verse. Again, being slow to wrath, and this being somehow of great understanding. Many of us have had instances of rage in an automobile. Again, this is another example I think that is most easy to understand. And that is because in instances of road rage, there's not much in the way of self-reflection. The senses are heightened based on the attention to detail. Things are moving quite fast. People need to be alert and ready to respond to situations at a moment's notice. And cool, calm reflection seems to take a back seat in many of these instances. But this is just the dilemma that we are talking about here. It is this uncontrolled desire that we are unable to rein in and to hone, to harness. We have to be able to see far enough into the future. We have to be able to project a sufficient number of possibilities to make an effective decision. Now, on one hand, examining all of the, perhaps not all of the, but most likely scenarios, reflecting on them, but most importantly, reflecting in terms of what is right and what is wrong, won't necessarily calm the desires of the heart, but it will give reason to pursue a different path. And with sufficient understanding, just like a fire burns hot when it is, when it has sufficient fuel, we all understand that if we don't keep on and continue to feed that fire, that it will go out. It will take time, but it eventually will go out. And in the absence of that raging, that wrathful flame, what then? Would this anger and perhaps path to violence still be present in a cooler or calmer state of mind? If it is not, then surely we ought to follow the more reasonable, self-reflective road. Now, certainly there are instances in which one needs to act on one's impulse, either to save themselves or to save somebody else. But this is the introduction to this verse. It is to deal with the initial impulse. But wrath, I think, is something that can extend beyond just the initial impulse. They could be stretched. Life can become sour. It can become bitter over the years. Many different reasons can be for such a cause. But in the end, we do have control of our experience. And it is a choice on how we choose to live and how we choose to walk. There are certain roads that are easier than others. Self-reflection is often some of the most difficult work that one can do in life. Serious self-reflection, to untie knots that are so fundamental that if sufficiently untied, perhaps the person that is may be entirely transformed. And this is another facet, I think, of what it means to be slow to wrath, or the gradations therein. We have to remember what we have discussed about the word understanding, using a fairly literal translation of that word. To stand atop something seems to suggest domination, authority. We can extend that to having surmounted an inconfidence, which means that we are now confident upon the ground that we stand, and that which is beneath it is known to us. And so that which is under the ground upon which we stand is in a certain sense connected to us. The heavenly principle of the mind is able to encapsulate this underneath. It is under the dominion of man in a certain sense. Now that definition doesn't apply in every circumstance. So perhaps a better way to think about it is light that penetrates a darkened room. And that when we stand atop something, we are providing an illumination of that which is below. And therefore it can be seen, it can be brought to one's attention, it can be perceived. And if we talk about something that can be brought to one's attention and something that can be perceived, it is the principle of taking a methodical approach, a reasoned approach, a self-reflective approach to the extremes of our desires. And by taking such an approach, we can avoid doing an injustice to ourselves or an injustice to another. For if we are to be righteous people, we have to do what is right. We have to understand what is true, regardless of how we feel of the situation. If we are wronged, who is to say in that moment what is right? Moreover from that, if we are wronged, who is to say that some selfish action will justify a response, a particular response? In many instances, I think, of wrath, of extreme anger, true resolution to these problems involves a relation, an exchange with another person. It involves their input, however much we may not wish to receive it. But he that is hasty of spirit exalts folly. Now there's a few words that I think are fundamental here. It must be understood, that is, of spirit and exalt. In the first instance, this spirit I interpret as the essence. Something that can be perceived without being directly in contact with the main event, if you will. Without many of the perceivable elements. Just like if there's a fire burning, we can understand that there is a fire burning somewhere just by the smell of it, without having to see it with our eyes. But by extension, we are limited in what we can perceive of that event occurring, because all that we can perceive is just one element of it, through olfaction. And so what we get is a partial experience. Now, on the whole, our experience is limited to the overall structure, nature of reality. This we know quite abundantly. However, of the human experience, what we are capable of perceiving, the essences of our perception still afford us language like the Spirit. And so what does it mean for a person to be hasty of spirit? This quickening of that part of himself that he extends into the world that is just incomplete. And why would it be that this incompleteness, just like the smoke to this fire, or the smell to the fire, without the main behavior, all the activity that makes up that event that is the fire, the wood that is being burned, all of the processes, the heat that could be felt from it, perhaps the circumstances and the situation that surround that burning, that fire. Without the soul of that person, if we imagine ourselves to go out into the world as a hasty spirit, we are offering the world, and by extension, what we receive from it, only part of what we can actually offer it. And I think in this way, what we are effectively, the decision that we are effectively making is to place folly, so there's a bookmark here in folly because I think we need to define this a bit more, on top of other things. It is a level above that which probably would be considered more prudent or more truly valuable things. Folly is silliness. It's stupidity. It is lightness in the sense of the opposite of heavy. And in that metaphor, I mean something that if something is light, it is not as serious. If something is not as serious, perhaps it is not as meaningful or valuable. It's not true in every case, but generally I think the metaphor holds some weight to it. No pun intended. And so the question is, this folly, why is it then that the rapidity of our spirit, the incompleteness by which we have made that decision to go out into the world, why is this stupid? Why is this silly? And I think one of the possible answers, I think I've already touched on it. It is if we are incomplete going out into the world, our experiences, our relationships, our satisfaction will all necessarily be incomplete. And the real question is, certainly for myself, how do we avoid such things? How do I avoid giving the world an inattentive being that just goes out into it to he spends 8 hours a day at his work just to we can say 8 hours a day at work to exalt folly, and of this folly we have the extension of money that is over the job itself. And so thereby, in this gradation of value and level, this hierarchy of value, we have made an error. Because if we are valuing the money over the job itself, we are not doing the job the justice. Not that the money is not valuable, of course it is. It's on that hierarchy. But if it is above that job that we are doing, and if we do not enjoy it, if we do not love it, we are not doing it for the right reasons, we are giving a part of ourselves to that thing, to whatever problem that we must solve. And if we are giving but a part of ourselves to a certain problem, I think it is evident that that will come back, just like looking in a mirror, it'll come back so that it's visible to us, that we are not doing quite the job that we ought to be doing. And I think if one goes down that path of self-reflection, not only can a lot of knots be untied, but a lot of painful decisions, I think, must be made if one wants to live a particular way or to reorder their hierarchy. So while the spirit in and of itself is not a bad thing, you can't avoid the smoke coming from a fire or the smell of burning wood from a fire. This is just a natural consequence of that being. Just like man, his spirit is a natural consequence of his existence. But like with many things, like with the difference between wickedness and evil, intent matters. A sound heart is the life of flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bones. Now, often what we mean by sound, we say it in this context, if something is of a sound, whatever, we are saying that it is sturdy. Its foundations are strong. They are durable. And so when we say a sound heart, we are saying a strong heart, we are saying a durable heart. That of a foundation is something that supports that which is built on top of it. The heart, as we understand it, is something that is but a piece of the broader thing that man is. Again, being the seat of our desires, our emotions, as we've discussed, it has a degree of agency to it. It has a certain wisdom that is built into it. Now, I understand that this is very deep into metaphorical territory, but I think that sufficient parallels can be made to observational pursuits, scientific pursuits, but we need not go there. So we have the sound heart, we have the strong heart, our desires are directed, they're controlled. Of the positive attributes of the heart, this wisdom of the heart, we're able to hear it. more keenly. It's more discernible among the noise of all the possible things that we could possibly attend to. We have focused our controlling aspect, and we have shifted our gaze to the heart and what it has to say. We've had discussions with it. It has advised us on certain fundamental things, and we have advised it on certain fundamental things in terms of behavior, when it ought to excite us, when it ought not to, when the mind ought to be looking elsewhere. And so this sound heart is the life of the flesh. The flesh being this thing that we carry with us. Often in the modern world we have become these quite individualistic, abstract beings. We often tend to throw our abstraction far away from our reality. We get into all sorts of difficult psychological dilemmas. But this flesh of ours is our rope that tethers us to the earth. It is the mechanism by which we take in information of the environment. Although limited as it might be, it is the best that we have to perceive our surroundings, to give context to the rational conscious mind that we have been endowed with. And the sound heart, this thing that gives us our feelings, again, our desires, this is the conduit through which the information of the world and our experience, our relationship with the world, is brought to not a rational conclusion, but it's brought to some sort of tolerable existence and experience. For the sound heart understands when it ought to be excited, when it ought to be calm, when it ought to open itself in the appropriate situation. When it feels love, that it can move so deeply into the experience of man and that of the body and the attention that's required to tap into that side of the human soul, that deeper part of us that is the core of our being. That heart is that filter. It's the facilitator for genuine experience. It seems as though the unintelligible comes up through us, through the somatic nature, through the flesh, and through the heart. It filters into our perception and our experience, into the divine realm, into the heavenly realm. A poor filter will lead to a poor filtrate, a dirtying of experience, and inattentiveness to experience. I think to some conversations that I've had recently, and I've wondered to myself if I could have made those conversations a little bit better by asking particular probing questions, not in a negative sense, but in a sense that would enhance the conversation, that would keep it going, that it had a certain life to it, this conversation. And it ought to be one's responsibility to capitalize on that moment and to listen and to advise the heart so that we can more appropriately pay attention when attention is needed of us. On the other hand, we're talking about a heart that is not sound. It is not we have advised it wrongly. We have let it influence us. Again, the director wrongly. And these feelings of envy, jealousy, resentfulness by somebody else and their achievements, who they are, what they are. Of course, thinking in this way doesn't allow us to be present. It is this balling up of the self that I mentioned and throwing it far afield into some abstraction that's away from our reality. Our reality is our own. The path that leads us to that envy, the beginning of it, just could as easily have led to a path of self-reflection. Of why do we feel intimidated? Why do we feel a particular way about a particular person or about what they have? What does that mean about us? Is that what I want? What about them do I find admirable? What do I have to do? Where do I have to look within myself to make that change? And just like we talked about with that last verse, about being slow to wrath, I think a gradation of that is being slow to jealousy. We could just easily as read it, he that is slow to jealousy is of great understanding. But envy is the rottenness of bones. It's not just the flesh. It's an interesting, they're using another symbol here. It's similar in a way, but the flesh is more of a, not more living, because bone certainly has a lot of stuff going on in it, but it seems as though it's less lively than that of the flesh. But the bones, unlike the flesh, they serve a particular purpose. The bones are of the flesh, we can say. But to move down into that metaphor more, we're saying that this structural component, the bones provide the scaffolding upon which the flesh or the softer components rest. They serve as this structure by which the puppeteer can manipulate the marionette and pull the strings. Literally, this analogy, the rottenness of bones, is the rottenness of structure. It is a weak foundation. They're saying that this jealousy, this inability to direct or have an adequate relationship with one's own heart, and to listen to the emotion and the feeling of whatever that might be, but also to direct that feeling in a positive direction, and not downwards into the self-pitying, jealous nightmare. Because if we do so, the foundations of who we are will become rotten. They become weak, intolerable. He that oppresses the poor reproaches his Maker, but he that honors him has mercy on the poor. When we think of the oppressive nature, we think of the exercising of an unjust authority. And to exercise an unjust authority over those who are vulnerable. Again, the state of the poor, we must not just immediately incline ourselves to think of the material circumstance although many of these things are related. The bore of mind, the bore of body, the bore of health, all of these. To oppress the poor is to view oneself, I would say, inappropriately in the hierarchy of value, that the oppressor places himself at a position that is higher than that of his moral equivalents, another person. And in such a way he reproaches his maker. He is saying that he disproves, he is disappointed by the reality that he has found himself born into. And because of that disappointment, he takes it upon himself, that is the oppressor, and says that he will reorient the world to his vision. His humility dissolves when he oppresses the poor. But he that honors him shall have mercy on the poor. This mercy comes from the understanding of the way that things ought to be. If one is a moral equivalent, although they may not be equivalent in terms of the enlightened mind, they are equivalent, again, morally, ethically, in terms of value. And they should be seen as reservoirs for divine insight and divine inspiration. And so one that is above, in a certain sense, and one is below in another, it is a responsibility of the one that is above to make that connection and to bring them up with them, because they have the ability to do so. And I think that this is much less in the material circumstances, although, there can be solid cases there, but it's not really as important as some others, as giving somebody the capability. There's nothing quite like the ingenuity of mind once it's given a sufficient push. The wicked is driven away by his wickedness, but the righteous has hope in his death. Sometimes these verses can be difficult for surprising reasons. If we are to say that much of the Bible is this kaleidoscope, maybe kaleidoscope is not the right word, but we can think of it maybe geometrically as something that has a central point to it, and there's these varying degrees of concentric rings that move out from it to something that is, or an example of reality and of life that is so broad, and then right down to the smallest concentric ring, whatever that might be. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that it is the own individual experience. When it is read, that is the proverb, I think sometimes so many of these concentric rings, these gradations and levels at which we can consider the proverb, flashes through my mind, and it's kind of difficult to grab onto one. The wicked is driven away in his wickedness. In some sense, I think this is difficult because it seems as though there's something about this, the part of this verse, it seems like it's inverted onto itself. Part of it is inside of it, while also on the outside of it. That common image of the snake eating its own tail comes to mind. For I find it difficult to think of something that is within, that is the very thing that is pushing itself away. And it would seem, in this instance, that if there's something inside of something that is pushing away, it can burst forth depending on its relationship to the thing that it is inside of. But this, we use two similar words. The wicked is driven away by his wickedness. The wicked that is inside this wicked person. It is destroying not only the things that surround him, the things that he is in relationship to and with, it is destroying himself on the inside. The man that constantly wants to be away from something. Again, the far afield example, that of the person that throws their abstract, directed reasoning part of themselves as far as they can to free themselves of material constraints, of earthly constraints, perhaps out of fear of judgment, or out of selfish desire, thereby wickedness, or by envy, that they wish to redesign the world in their own way. But of course they can't. It is moving against a law under which they operate, and there is no recourse to that law. No matter how much we are able to deny that law, because law are sort of these elevated things that do not seem to, at least immediately seem to have direct control over us, because we do have this agency and this will. And we can choose the path that is contrary. But in enough events, in enough situations in which we choose the wrong path, and eventually for those perhaps who have been caught up in an addiction, their own wickedness distorts their being. It consumes the whole of them on the inside, and that thing that was an abstraction is now beginning to dissolve. It's so far away from reality that it cannot survive on its own. It becomes ischemic, without blood supply, and it dies. And what is left? Who can say it is a human thing that is left? Just an embodiment of some force, some power, this wickedness, this contrariness. Without the light, without love. Certainly they still remain human. Would not want to be contrary to the verses above, but certainly a difficult situation. But the righteous has hope in his death. And I think in a sense, there is hope because the righteous are innocent, or at least they have atoned for their sins. They've corrected their behavior. And their hope comes from The fact that they understand that there is a way for us to be saved, and to walk a good path, and to leave more to the future than that which was had at present. Wisdom resteth in the heart of him that has understanding, but that which is in the midst of fools is made known. You know, it's a funny thing about language. We've spoken of the heart and the wisdom that the heart possesses. That's sort of a fundamental quality that it has, other than that of just this free-flowing seat of our desires and feelings. Now when I see wisdom rests in the heart of him that has understanding, I think about this way that we use language. Because here we could at once think of the wisdom that is natural to all hearts, let's say, has a fundamental quality. But then also, by seeing this word, and perhaps a small bit of context, we can imagine a type of wisdom that can be attributed to the heart that is beyond just the base level, the base model, whatever. Just like a Camry, Toyota Camry might have a base model to it, cloth seats, basic appliances, or basic utilities, whatever. And then you have the more attractive, luxurious Toyota Camrys. They have leather seats, maybe they have better speakers, maybe a larger engine for a smoother ride. Still both Toyota Camrys. But given the context, one is a bit beefier. It has more to it. And likewise in this verse, this wisdom is something, I would say, of experience. This is of somebody that has lived a life. And again, far removed from the basic instincts of an adolescence. They might have some inkling towards a wise saying or a wise expression or a wise feeling, let's say. Because if there's anything that we could say of sorrow or of love, there is certainly wisdom within the expression of those things. Whether they're explicit or not, it doesn't matter all that much. But these find us at all ages. But the wisdom of this kind that rests in the heart of him that has understanding seems to imply that this person has gone through a period of growth. He's gone through the fire, so to speak. His understanding involves testing. It involves transformation, at least to get to it. To uncover the truth that it hides, one must sacrifice. There's no way around it. Sometimes the sacrifice is painful. Sometimes it's a joyous sacrifice. It all depends on the individual, depends on the context. But nonetheless, when we say that wisdom rests in the heart of him that has understanding, this is what we mean. A type of wisdom, a type of knowing, a type of intuitive understanding of the world and the relations that he has to it and with other people that has come from testing. It has come from sacrifice. It has come from transformation. But that which is in the midst of fools is made known. Another interesting use of language here in the second half of this verse. In particular, I'm thinking about the word that. But that which is in the midst of fools is made known. What is that? What could that be? Could it refer to the wisdom that we were talking about? Could it be that if the fool has some wisdom, that there is something about their behavior, that there's something about a certain antagonism that makes it apparent, almost as if they're carrying it with them, that it's not a part of them, that it's not part of their being, but rather like a toy, they play with it, like a comedic joke. Or perhaps but that which is in the midst of fools is made known. It's saying, in general, whatever is in the midst of these people, of these silly people, unattentive people, inattentive people, it will be easy to discover the depths of their character, let's say. It might be a bit off. The depths of their being, the way that they are. I hear superficial when talking about the fool. But then again, I think one can be considered a fool and yet be quite aware, perhaps wise in a certain way, but the foolishness, it may come in unexpectedly from an unfortunate upbringing. Perhaps it comes back to haunt them. Their actions are forever inhibited by their own negative memories. It could be a traumatic event or whatnot that makes them foolish, that holds them back, that keeps them to that state of disruption. That it was such a profound moment, and it had such a wellspring of emotions and feelings that it was quite exciting, albeit traumatic. It means a lot. And I think the fool, one possible path to that of the foolish, is the one that dances around this crater that was left, that potential traumatic event. But I'm not quite sure that would have anything to do with what we were talking about here. Certainly, their foolish behavior would be made known. So perhaps, without having to understand exactly what that behavior is connected to, we can get a fairly accurate map of this fool. Certainly, the thing that they dance around is not something that we would wish to spend our lives dancing around, to be chained to it, to be slaved to it. And perhaps this is what it means, that their way is made known. We may stop by what they seem to be slave to and offer it some attention, think it interesting, and then move on. But unlike the fool, we are not bound to it. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Fairly straightforward verse here. That of the righteous, that of the upright individual, those that are morally responsible. Those that are attentive, humble, simple, in the good sense of the word. Righteous exalts a nation. They prop their nation up. The righteous understand the value of relation. They build strong relationships with one another. They understand the value of love. They understand the depths of it. At least they attempt to. And through their striving and through their interaction with others and their sharing of their experiences and of information, they develop these strong bonds. And it's the bonds is what sustains them. The bonds which are not subject to superficial desire, but bonds that are a true good in and of themselves. And by these bonds, as we go up this emergent ladder, I think we can understand that the nation, as a thing of bonded peoples, as a thing in and of itself, bound by certain traits and characteristics, is something that ought to be propped up in one's value hierarchy. It's quite important. It's a level of sophistication. It is a marker of sophistication for a people to develop a nation. But sin, a reproach to any people. And of sin we can say many things. That it is vacuous, that it pulls attention into it, and in it and through it there is nothing. Like a black hole, it tempts us to absolute nothingness. It destroys for the sake of destroying. It blinds for the sake of blinding. It flattens and dulls our experiences. And so such a thing certainly would be of disapproval or disappointment to a people to have found themselves in such a way. The king's favor is towards a wise servant, but his wrath is against him that causes shame. Now this is the last verse in chapter 14. Thankfully, it is the last verse. We're at 5 hours and 13 minutes of this recording. Of course, this is not all in one sitting. This is over multiple days. But certainly the longest one that I've recorded without breaking it up. 5 hours on a chapter. Just straight dialogue. Not to mention the amount of reflection I think is quite interesting. It says something of the contents of the Proverbs. The king's favor is towards a wise servant. A wise servant that understands can advise the king. A person of wisdom has the ability to prop and to elevate somebody else. And that process of elevation is significant because they are increasing their understanding. They are transforming their character. They're making them kinder when they ought to be kinder. They're making them proper judges when they ought to be proper judges. They give reason to their convictions. That is, the servant gives reason to the convictions that the king ought to have. Again, a relationship. And the servant can be easily one person, as it can be all of his subjects. A monarchy and a kingship ought not to be that of a tyrant over a servile population, but a relationship between the population and that king. But his wrath is against him that causes shame. is shame, this loss of face, the loss of more than what could we say of a face that is in control, that understands what it believes. That is the shaky disruption of that. It is the anxiety that disrupts the thought when one is presenting in front of a bunch of people. Such a shameful, humiliating type of experience. Now there are many things I think that can cause shame, that can lead to this disruption in face, that can get to the core of an individual and of his knowns in life and shake them to their foundations, whether rightfully or not. The shame is the result, it is the consequence. And the wrath that follows is wrath of a man. And in the ancient world, perhaps, at least this proverb is probably written from a lot of experience. And in the modern context, I think we understand that the role of the king, if given too much power, he can act with a bit too much authority, more authority than man ought to have. And that wrath is all too human that flows through him against the person that has caused that shame. A warning, no doubt, to be careful of the tyrant, to be careful of, even if we think it morally unjust for someone to wield power in a particular manner, we also have to be aware of our circumstances. If someone does wield that power over us, albeit in a superficial instance, perhaps they're operating under their own delusion. If the infrastructure is right, the institutions are oriented in such a way that power is very much real to our earthly existence, and we have to take heed to it. I think that'll be it for this episode. We'll continue next time with chapter 14.